Mic check 1, 2, what's up? Late night. Chilling. People. Y'all see I'm still rocking the same rugby because it's I got this from them boys at shophyro.com. Got the best shit. What's up, dog? I was just here working and I was like, you know what? I really wasn't even tripping on streaming. I just clicked the button. So maybe we could get it in. Let's see if they let some people roll through. What's up, KH? What's up? Cool? I say cool. Cool, whatever. Peace to you. Let's see how many people get they let in before we can do our thing. I might play a song. I might play a song or do whatever I gotta do so we can set this off right. Matter of fact, that's my little preparation time. But I want to study tonight. Since I was bored, all I was gonna do was go play the game or work. Now, I don't feel like working right now. So maybe we could get some more West Coast peeps to tap in. Since it's only 9:30 where I'm at, some more peeps from overseas might tap in because it's probably like 8, 7 in the morning or something over there. And see what we could get going. But before I start the show, y'all know how we always do. Don't trip, I'm gonna play one of these tunes to get prepared and then we're gonna get our studies up. What did I have on schedule? But we're gonna listen to Dr. Maggie Bryson. Finish watching that video and just give some comments. All right, so let's get it in.
I've been bout my papyrus since I've been in it. Put me in the debate, you know I'm gon' win it. If I scream black power, don't get timid. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. Primary research and we done pushed it to the limits. All you dudes finished. The king counting cattle up with brother Reggie. When I'm in Oakland, smoking, bro, they love the Chevy. Back in the day, it was the spokes on the chariot. Long procession when the king got carried out to every spot. Woman looking nice as ISIS. I read ancient texts, so my advice is priceless. Nubian gold, your ice don't entice us. Beating me harder than counting grains in your spices. Your heart was beating, but your brain dead, you're lifeless. Yo, they ain't nothing like us, yo. Don't try to make me mad. Make me smile and say you love me, man. That's real right there. Come on, you should listen to your main man's advice. Do a YouTube and apologize like Dice. Or the back fade coming like the Antichrist. Egyptologists sent me reading and said that I'm nice. I got a speller with your name on it. I'm like Sargon. You the type of dude wake up and your car gone. Told, because of the money you owe. Before you stream, you should clean up that humble abode. Like Akhenaten City for my woman in gold. I keep the pseudos running, people coming in droves. You catch me on a live stream with Pan-African James. When we building, call us by our African names. I'm for the children. And ain't nothing happened to change. We on that black hype, so we still packing them things for protection. Got connection, My complexion, complex, you're black, that's the S, that's the S. You love me? Show me some love. All right.
All right, what up? I'm gonna go and start this video from where I left off at. Right, let me see. Do. And we can get back in on this information she was giving the brothers.
Was very fortunate to call a friend.
Come to associate the word Kemet with the black soil.
How did they do that without sources? Since we proved that they did it without sources, but we're going to finish the rest of this video.
Without direct evidence. How was that worked out?
We have to use a combination of what we know about how the Egyptian language forms words with the context in which we see those words used. So in ancient Egypt, what we would call an adjective, right, like a word that is used as a descriptor of something else, right? So words in ancient Egyptian language have roots, and then they have endings that go on those roots.
Hold on. I'm not gonna mess y'all up because we still starting out the show. I see Chef in the building. What's up? Long time, Chef. Thanks for stopping through. I don't never see you streaming too much no more. I don't be getting no notifications. But if I do, I'll be sure to watch. Because my man Immortal requested another song. And I said, I'm not about to rush into the show when people request a song. You feel me? That's what I really do. I'm going to play that song real quick. It's a knowledge song, though. It's called, if you ever want to hear it, type in Casual, J. Ross, or Ain't Trying to Hear. Now, in this song, people say hip-hop don't be having no knowledge in it. But that's just because you listen to the hip-hop that they use to make you think bad things about certain people. They make the worst shit be more popular. And some of the worst shit is fun to party to. You don't want to party to no knowledge song unless you at a black, it's some conscious event. You kind of want to party to some raunchy shit. I'm just keeping it the buck. There's no big deal with that, right? So that music has its place. But a song like this, I made it so that a person who memorizes these lyrics will automatically know the history of Kemet. He'll automatically know the history of Egypt, one particular history called the Zep Tepi. So again, we're just getting started. When you listen to this song, listen to the lyrics, and you're going to hear that it's actually just rhyming the history of Egypt. And not only that, I went deeper for some historian type people. If you are the historian type person, like the person who requested I play this song, I'm in the person of Manetho when I'm rapping. So all of my standpoint is as if I was Manetho. So let's listen to this song. It's off Casual J. Raw's album. And it is called, I don't put it on the big screen. It won't even let me. Hold on. There it go. It's on Casual J. Raw's album. Let me see if we could do the captions, see if they got my words right. They don't. And listen, it's going to tell you the history of Egypt called the Zep Tepi.
Here Casual go again with another tweet about some knowledge, man. Hey, why don't you kick that knowledge on a record, man? You scared or something? Come on, man. What's up?
If I started kicking knowledge, it'll probably be finito, cause I know the history as it was given by Manetho. Ptolemy, the first hotel, Philadelphia. One of them clowns asked me to do the history of Kemet, so I wrote that down. I broke that down. I penned it in Greek so the freaks could read. They couldn't match the melanated frequency, but he bothered me and asked me to read the glyphs, so I bothered him.
You mean you son?
Yep, I told him the history, and here we go. I said 36,000 years ago, it was the Zep Tepi. The first time, it was the god named Ptah. The Greeks call him Hephaestus, but really he's a deification of the Twa. Ptah was infinite. The first man had been here forever. After Ptah was Atum-Ra, who ruled for 1,000 years. See this here, that knowledge I ain't trying to hear. See this here, that knowledge I ain't trying to hear. So I ain't trying to go there.
Oh, what you mean you ain't trying to go there? Come on, man. You tripping. Listen, you need to drop that knowledge, man. I think people need to hear that, man. I need to hear that, man. Come on, we need that. Hey, yo, it's time to continue. What's that?
Next shoe, let's go in, let's begin. Seeing Medunetta, shoe means to win. And Medunetta, that's that ancient tongue. I've been outdoing you dudes. Face it, young, I never get in arguments on whether Egypt was black. Cause on the real, yo, we founded that. 999,000 raps, I'm like the SPCA. Jay, I'm housing cats, arousing your spouse about her blouse. In fact, my ladies get up, they stand up on the couch and clap. It's entertaining, don't mean to get off track, but my energy was telling me to just relax and bless the track. Dynasty 1, founded by Minna, but when it comes to Kemet, Minna's not the beginning. You wouldn't know how to receive a sacred gift, cause you're faker than that Hebrew creation myth. Adam and Eve, please, Adam and thieves. I'm adept, you're inept, you're inadequate, leave. You can measure me to see that the distance between us is longer than a day on Venus. You'll spend 43 days bombarded by sound waves, and the next 200 you're running.
Hold up. No, hey, don't give them no more. Don't give them no more. They gonna have to go dig, man. Like I told them last time, you gotta dig for that.
So this here the knowledge they ain't trying to hear. So this here the knowledge they ain't trying to hear. See this here the knowledge they ain't trying to hear. So I ain't trying to go there. See this here the knowledge they ain't trying to hear. See this here the knowledge they ain't trying to hear. See this here the knowledge they ain't trying to hear. So I ain't trying to go there.
Just look it up, man. She telling you, just look it up, man. Go find that information. Hey, yo, Cash, man, I think we need to give them a few days so they can get their Google on, man.
That's real, man. One thing I want brothers to look up is my man Tariq the Moor, you know what I mean? The brother left Africa in like 711 AD and took over Spain. And the Moors
Hold on,
got
all right, we're gonna start that video, but I see another good question in the chat. I don't know if the person is still here, but they said, did the Egyptians rap? That's a, I mean, you know, that's a good question because it allows me to speak on certain things. I wouldn't say the Egyptians rapped, but a lot of the canons that I've learned out of being an artist, a hip hop artist, I see them in ancient Egyptian poetry and some things that we don't identify as poems. Every time I study, I mean, oftentimes when I study. So I wouldn't be like the Egyptians rap, but they were big on songs. They were big on rhythms, right? And they were big on wordplay. And even some of the African braggadocio or this boastful energy that we see come from some places, the voodoo, you can find that all up in ancient Egyptian texts. And so I think it's wise for poets to know how ancient Egyptians addressed that matter too. It's just kind of useful. But let me share this screen so we can start learning from the teachers. So at this point, they had just asked her, and I'm only replaying, thank you for requesting the song. I'm only replaying this part because they had just asked her, how do y'all come to conclusions that it mean the black land if y'all don't got no source? Which was at the point back in time when we had proved that it wasn't no source, so now they're trying to rock with that. But then she's going to start teaching them about the use of this term Kemet as more of her grammatical teachings come to her mind about the subject. And she's going to say everything that people just need to hear. But this is all good cooking. I love this. I told you, I'm not the one. I will stay on this. Everything will be the same until something pop. Right? And so we done made progress over here. As long as you're making progress in life, I done made so many advancements. I could talk about this for a whole nother 5 years. And everybody new to the subject gonna be getting it from a well-qualified source. All right? So let's listen to her in the middle of that explanation. But I could go back. There we go. We'll start from here.
Come to associate the word Kemet with the black soil without direct evidence. How was that worked out?
We have to use a combination of what we know about how the Egyptian language forms words with the context in which we see those words used. So in ancient Egypt, what we would call an adjective, right, like a word that is used as a descriptor of something else, right, so words in the ancient Egyptian language have roots, and then they have endings that go on those roots to change the type of word that it is. It's kind of like how you add ing to a verb in English to make it describe that thing as a concept, right? So I run, right, but I'm into running, right? The ing goes on the end of the word run to make it the concept of running, among other things, right? Ings can do other things. And in ancient Egypt, the root for the concept of darkness, blackness as a color is kem, just the K and the M. And whatever vowels, and again, because the ancient Egyptian language doesn't write its vowels, we can't, without being very good linguists and doing a lot of careful reconstruction, and there are scholars who do that, I'm not one of them, we can't say exactly what the vowel morphology would have been like, but the K and the M are the basic root word, the idea. And then you have to look at how you're using it, right? So if you add, in ancient Egyptian, if you take an adjective and you add a feminine ending, the .t to it, you get a substantive. You get like a thing that has that quality, right? Or you get the quality itself, right? So like, if you wanted to say the darkness, you could say kemet, right, with a T on the end. Depending again on how you're conceptualizing it, it becomes a thing, right? It's a feminine ending, right? So a dark anything is a substantive use of an adjective. So taking an adjective and using it as a noun to either be darkness or the dark thing. And right, land is a thing. You put in a country, right, can be conceived of as a feminine thing, I suppose. It happens in a lot of different languages, right? Mother Russia, I guess, is an analogy maybe.
Okay.
Right, so you add that T on the end and then use the word kemet to describe, right? If you're, so like you'll hear.
I want to hold up because our analogy about Mother Russia was more appropriate to say land is a noun. We know it's a thing, but Mother Russia describes it being seen in the anthropomorphized as a woman. But that makes a lot of difference in this argument.
The ancient Egyptians, in a sentence, talk about, right, I am from Kemet, right? I am from this darkness, this thing that is dark, and it is where I am from. We look at that and go, dark, a thing that you can be from, right? A place, a homeland, right? Or I travel to Kemet. I travel to the dark feminine thing. And the inference becomes that that is the name of the place and that it's somehow linked with darkness, right? And it's clear that the Egyptians thought of, right? They saw with their eyes that black alluvial soil, right? And the same holds for desher, right? The word desher means red. Right, so you put the T on the end, you use it as a noun, the redness, the red thing, and you hear it described as a place that people go to or go from, or that's next to, that lies next to the black, right? And so you build this concept of, okay, well, we have a red and a black, and then we use our eyes and see that, right, the desert is red. And I mean, you can literally, in Egypt today, you can stand with one foot, ankle deep in black farming soil and, and the other foot in dusty red desert soil. Right.
So that's why they say it's the soil, not because the word is there, but using common sense based on the land and what you're pointing directly to.
And other, sort of references in ancient Egypt, right, to, darkness and black, right? So there's, it's clear, right, that they're contrasting black and red. It's clear that they're talking about this in terms of place and the qualities of the soil, right? And we can use our own sort of what we can see about the land and what we can reconstruct about, it still looked roughly the same, right? The Nile stopped flooding.
Right.
For what that's worth, right? But, there are still, I met, someone that I, was very fortunate to call a friend, was a child when the Nile still flooded. And he told me, right, about going around and, he took me around his village, like that used to be under the water, that used to be not, right? Like, and you would have this dark mud when the floodwaters receded, right?
So when we use the term kemet, talking about the land, is it would I be crazy to say, although Desheret is the Red Land, would they also call the Red Land Kemet, or that name is not used for because when we talk about Egypt today, it includes Desheret and it includes Kemet. So I'm trying to figure out. So Kemet would be that area where the Nile floods over and produces kind of soil that they use for farming.
And I think by extension, right? So if by extension, by analogy, by stretching that concept, Kemet is the entirety of whatever territory the kings of Egypt controlled and whatever territory is inhabited by Egyptian people.
I
Right.
that. I like that.
So
I really appreciate that language or linguistic lesson about.
and again, this is my understanding, right? Like I'm not a linguist. I'm an art historian by training, but I was very lucky to have some very good education in the Egyptian language and in language in general. And that's my understanding. And I think probably I hope it's one that would make sense to other Egyptologists. They would look at me and go, I think you've gotten rusty here. I think you're crazy or you missed something. I think that's one that would probably resonate with most Egyptologists.
As far as what in your lifetime, reading the text and so forth, have you seen Kemet having other meanings? The word Kemet itself having other meanings in other cases?
The word Kem, or as an like if you were talking about something that is grammatically feminine, and you needed to call so like because English doesn't have this, right? We don't have grammatical genders like in Arabic, right? A cup is kubaya, right? It's feminine. It has the a sound on the end of it. And so if you want to call it a blue cup, you'd have to call it blue with a feminine ending, So the word Kemet could mean a black female thing. And the word Kem could mean a black male thing, right? So if you wanted to say.
She keeps saying thing. Well, substantives are not limited to things. When you change it from an adjective to a noun, it becomes substantive. It's taking the place, substituting for a noun. So it's substituting for a person, place, or a thing. Stop just saying a thing.
I'm trying to think of so like a house in ancient Egypt is grammatically masculine. It's a pair. And so like a pair Kem would be a black house. You would use the word Kem the same way we use the word black in English as an adjective to describe something that's dark in color.
Okay.
So yeah, you did a great job of explaining without like direct, because a lot of times novice such as myself, we're looking for like a dictionary or something of that manner. And based off my study, I understand that you could find a pinky bone of a hominid and reconstruct the whole body. And I just like the way you really explained it. That was very thorough, the way you explained how, without direct evidence, that you can reach the conclusion that it makes more sense for it to be the black soil. There's a lot of evidence there for that. And so I really appreciate your answer and the way you constructed that. Very helpful.
And I would encourage you to always think, even if we found an ancient Egyptian dictionary, because the ancient Egyptians did take an interest in their own language and they did study it and they did think about it.
And they do got those, as a matter of fact, ancient ones.
And if we ever found an ancient Egyptian dictionary that had the word Kemet in it and it's defined as Egypt, you still have to think, how did we get that definition? It's like modern dictionaries of ancient Egyptian. Like if you take your Egyptian vegetable, the sort of classic dictionary of Egyptian language, and you look at it and you think, how did we figure out this word goes with this definition in this dictionary? A lot of times you'd find stories like that. People have to do research. They have to think about how a word is used, what its root might be. They have to look at other languages that are related to Egyptian for analogies. Like how is that, and like you're like Coptic, right? For instance, how does that word get transmitted into Coptic? How is the same phonetic root used in a period when we can be much more certain about how it was used because we have much more written language, we have translations, right? How do we get that definition? Right? Dictionaries aren't handed down by God. They're created by people based on their understanding of their own language and their research into how these words came to be and how they came to be used the way we use them at any given period. So even if you found an ancient Egyptian dictionary, much less you're looking at a modern Egyptian or Coptic dictionary,
Interesting.
you have to ask yourself, okay, well, how did we get there? And I think it's very much, and I noticed, right, that some of the people that you were speaking with in an earlier interview actually had a Crumb's Coptic dictionary or
Now she talking about me right here. This is funny. I tried to tell y'all these are the parts that we left out. She like, and I noticed the dudes y'all hollering with, they got all the shit that I'm telling you need to have. Excuse me, it's late night. What's up with Sadiq? Just getting it in real quick, trying to see who up, man. I'm gonna stream for a minute. I ain't tripping. But listen to how, this is when she started talking about me. Look. I mean, not like going in, but she's like, listen.
And I think it's very much, and I noticed, right, that some of the people that you were speaking with in an earlier interview actually had a Crumb's Coptic dictionary or, and I think that's awesome, right? That's amazing, right? Like, I think it's very important that I not underestimate the amount of research and the amount of effort that you all have put into this topic.
No, they don't put that in. See that? These niggas getting credit. They only getting credit for shit I did. And just accepting it. They should have told her, nah, we don't fuck with dudes. They should have been like, nah, we be hating on bruh. Hey, that'd be hella funny. I told you I just left this out because she do this a couple times.
And I think it's very much, and I noticed, right, that some of the people that you were speaking with in an earlier interview actually had a Crumb's Coptic dictionary or, and I think that's awesome, right? That's amazing, right? Like, I think it's very important that I not underestimate the amount of research and the amount of effort that you all have put into this topic.
Appreciate that.
It's very clear that you all are doing.
Well, they know, they thinking that, look, that's why he blinked right there. Like, damn, caught him right on the blink. Because it's like she talking about Smash. But anyway.
Your homework, that you know what the resources are. But I would caution you, and again, I think this is something that even scholars, right, even people who are professional scholars, we always have to constantly check ourselves and say, okay, this is what my authoritative source says. Well, why is that? Why do I consider that source authoritative? And what is the basis for what that source says? And then, am I interpreting it correctly? Am I understanding it right?
Right.
Right. So there are all these different layers that you have to think about whenever you approach something. And in the interest of time, we look something up in a dictionary. And because we know that dictionary is a good dictionary, we know the scholars who compiled and edited it are good, we go with it. But there are times when it's even the most authoritative scholarly source, it's worth thinking about how they got there. Because that can tell us how to use that information. It can help us think about how to use it and how to expand on it, how to go from there, if that makes sense.
I got a question regarding modern day Egyptians. Would you consider the modern day Egyptians closely related to the ancient Egyptians as far as?
That is a real tricky one for me because there's two different levels on which you have to answer that. Just as you guys just said about race, quote unquote, is a social construct. Mm-hmm. So there's population genetics, right? You have to ask yourself, what is the descent, right? The sort of physical genetic descent. And then you have to ask yourself, what does ancient Egypt mean to the modern people of Egypt? And I would suggest, sure, have you guys ever spoken with an Egyptologist?
We need one.
We definitely, that's in the works. That's definitely.
Yeah, we need one. You got one? Got one for me?
I will see. I can ask around and see if there's anybody.
We need one. Why y'all need one? Why they need one, James? They need one because they need somebody who's gonna lie and say that the moderns is the ancient.
I'd be interested in talking with you guys about how modern Egyptians, and again, there's going to be a lot of diversity even there because Egypt is not monolithic, right?
Absolutely.
Even modern Egypt is very diverse.
Mm-hmm.
Like I speak a little bit of Arabic, but I can't understand somebody from Alexandria speaking Arabic.
Okay.
Right? Modern Egypt has the Arabic language has dialects. People's culture differs from region to region, even within modern Egypt, which you can, to be clear, right? You can fly from Cairo to Luxor in an hour.
Mm-hmm.
But there's still a lot of difference in people's experience and their values and their thoughts and how they live their lives. And so I would love to have a whole separate conversation about that. You know, even the people I've talked to, some modern Egyptians are like, ancient Egypt, huh? You know, just because it's not something they think about much. And some are like, yes, I'm very proud of my Egyptian ancestry, and I see myself as a direct descendant of the pharaonic Egyptians. And I think that that's an important part of my identity. So like, you know, I wouldn't even hazard a statement there, except to say that genetically speaking, I don't think we have very good evidence at this point yet.
No consensus on the genetic evidence as right. That's real. And matter of fact, I read that statement right there in a book titled Ancient Egypt Society, Challenging Assumptions, Exploring Approaches. And I read the chapter by Samaka Keita. Man, Gigi gonna mess me up if I mispronounce that.
Samaka Keita.
Samaka Keita, right? And he talks about that. So just on my limited understanding of populations and stuff, I do recognize that no population is frozen. So you would never expect the ancient Egyptians from 2500 BCE to be the exact same population in 2024. It just wouldn't make sense.
Even in 30 BCE, you wouldn't expect it
Absolutely.
to be this population. And you wouldn't, and to be clear, right, you wouldn't expect the Egyptian population of 2500 BCE and the Egyptian population of 1500 BCE to be the same either. There are moments in history when there are mass population movements.
Absolutely.
And there are sort of punctuation moments, right, when populations do experience abrupt genetic change or culture change or both. Relatively abrupt, right? You know, and like when you think about ancient Egypt in, you know, the Middle Bronze Age, right? There's a period when there is, you know, an influx of people from the Levant, from modern day Israel, Palestine.
Man, who told them that first?
Syria, Israel, Palestine coming into Egypt over time, right? And they do establish a relatively homogeneous community or communities in northern Egypt, right? These are the Hyksos. Right? So there's presumably genetic exchange, there's cultural exchange, right? And a lot of it's one direction. It's coming from the Levant into Egypt and bringing in whatever the snapshot of the Levant at that moment genetically and culturally is, and sort of gives it an infusion into northern Egypt at least. And because Egypt, you know, the boundaries are porous, there's going to be some diffusion, you know, into other parts of Egypt. But those people are also taking bits of what it is to be Egyptian and moving back with it, right? There are Egyptians living in the Levant. Right. So, right. And as to whether some of those Egyptians might not originally have been, you know, have ancestors in sub-Saharan, right? But southern and western parts of Africa, certainly southern and eastern parts of Africa, right? The Horn of Africa or the deserts to the east and west.
You know,
it's really hard to find the right evidence.
Yeah, it's funny you brought up the Hyksos. I recently interviewed Dr. Manfred Bitak, right? And he deals with the whole Avaris, homogeneous culture.
He is the study of, I mean, he is the person for you to talk to. I mean,
he's the guy. He went real deep. Let me ask you this, just to change topic. We're gonna get back to the whole Kemet word and all that stuff. But when you look at something that we traditionally grew up in a Judeo-Christian society about the Exodus and the religious beliefs and all that stuff, how do you look at the Exodus in the Bible? Do you look at it as an Egyptologist, not as you know? I don't know what you believe or whatever. I don't know where you are in that space, but as an Egyptologist, how do you look at the actual Exodus?
I look at it as a myth that serves the function of explaining the importance of Egypt and its culture to a group of people who have their roots at any given period in modern day Israel, Palestine.
Understood.
Yeah.
So wait, I mean, the way you explain that, it's going to fly over people's heads.
No, it's not.
I promise you, it's going to fly. I heard what you said. Can I explain what I thought I heard you say?
I'm fast forwarding.
Sure,
What
absolutely. I think because, right, Egypt and the group of people, right, who from whose history, culture, religion, Judaism emerges,
I think it's one more
they're
clip towards
they're
the
not going to
end.
get passed on.
There is one more question. I think this might be it. I might be wrong.
Memory of our ancestors being there, being traumatized, enslaved, and brought to America. So it could have been that the ancestors that would later on become Israelites or Hebrews, their ancestors, not as Hebrews, right? Not as Israelites, were actually in Egypt.
A few of them.
My bad. We got more where that's from. Let me see. More good ones though. I had stumbled on the folder of good videos I used to look for. I mean, it's not just all that. I got these whole joints, but there's one joint that got hidden in the cut that I need to whip out. See, is this it? No, this ain't. Hold on, let me just find it. Don't even trip. Look. That was a video from Chef got caught up in the Magi Archer drive-by. I remember that. Some of these shows was really good though. Even the videos people took down, I got them in the cut. Let me see. About to find one. I'm looking. Don't even trip. Can't find it. We gonna come on up. But I mean, I got that old Martin Banal video. It's still on YouTube. But when they was talking to him about Black Athena, it was going, damn. I seen that man. It wasn't Bruce Stewart. It was a man Egyptologist. Oh well. We ain't even tripping. I might get into some text real quick. I just was watching the videos, being lazy, relaxing in the chair. Good. Whatever. Do this a lot. My icons ain't open. Oh, I ain't tripping. I'm not tripping. Let me see. So what somebody was just talking about the other day. Something about the black land, the red land. Oh, my camera. I have to go. Something about the black land, the red land. I don't know. I'm up late night studying, just doing what I do. What's up, Minty Hotel? Peace to you. I'm about to probably go into either some learning text, maybe open up. So I'm gonna tell you the tools if anybody want to follow the workshop. I'm tripping. I'm opening up Mark Vargas's dictionary. I just was working on some other stuff. Let me close my stuff. Oh, Mark Vargas's dictionary, right? And on that Vargas's dictionary, you'll get a good copy of a few ancient Egyptian. Get a good copy of some ancient Egyptian. That's an ancient Egyptian dictionary. I got a lot of things on my. Excuse me. And then I'm going to probably go to St. Andrew's Text Corpus and see what we could do. Why it's just me refresh? It's just me learning. I can barely see my keyboard. It's just me learning and practicing, reading the ancient Egyptian language. So when we hit the museums and stuff, we can know what we're looking at. Now, people used to kind of talk crazy about just looking through dictionaries. I'm not about to do that right now, and I'm just going to say that it's not the best practice if you're trying to learn how to read. It says whatever. If you're trying to learn how to read the glyphs, but eventually you're going to have to increase your vocabulary. And at that point, you ain't going to mind just looking, but it ain't teaching you how to read. It's teaching you words. How to read considers knowing grammar. I forgot I don't need to have this light on, man. This light be doing all of it. Yeah. So, right here, this Gardner A1, whatever. These three glyphs, A1, B1, and Z2, right? Yeah. We often talk about them. As you clearly see, they just mean people. But if you see them, this is just a word for people. Right? Now I'm about to bring another argument that I never argued before. That when we see, look, it says people. Let me open up one of my presentations. It's going to just be easier for, hold up. And if you know people who like this type of content, share the video, like and subscribe, do that type of stuff. Because it helps a lot. Especially when they be trying to like, I don't know. I'll be looking at my views like, I don't know what's going on with this channel. Some days they let hacker people see it, some days they don't. But y'all mean a lot with y'all support, clicking, liking. So let me find this presentation where, I don't know, I guess I got it in this presentation. Gotta be in this presentation. Yeah. Well, let's see. Yeah, it's in this presentation. So now this is a new argument. And I can mount this argument grammatically if you want me to. Oh, dang, what am I doing? I'm just supposed to be clicking present. Now, I'm only saying this right now. I never wrote this in any books. I never went no place and argued this. What's going on? Why is it doing me like that? Because I just downloaded. Excuse me. Didn't I just show you the dictionary? I know this is as a determinative, but I could argue that we got this one wrong. It can be argued that we got this one wrong. Not only I'm going to hear from my grammarians that chime in on the show and try to put me in check, but allow my brain to think freely. Because I got an argument for this. It's only Egyptologists who laid out the grammar that's telling us here that this has to be a determinative. If it's a determinative, it's function, right? Somebody funny. Well, this really say black people. But people don't want to deal with that, so they say it says Egyptian. But I'm about to show you, well, this first word, we all know this first word is black. When you approach scholars about it, they say it's black because of the black soil of the ground, blah, 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 blah. I'm talking about something different at this moment, but the same thing. This word and what I'm breaking down still means black, and I'm saying that this is not a determinative. And on the majority of the words that we see this on, it shouldn't be looked at as a determinative. I'm qualified enough with the language, not with credentials, but with my knowledge of the language, to mount that argument right now to where you wouldn't even be able to get around it with the evidence I present right here on YouTube. And so I'll do that. I'm going to start with, and this is for the layman, not for the specialist, and the specialist can refute it and critique it, it's all good. But I'm going to start with what I started with, or I had to close it, right? And I don't know why when I opened the dictionary, it was just on that word. So maybe I just scrolled down. Yeah, see, it's just on the word, just from the first page. So first and foremost, we do all see that there is an option for this to be a word. This is the first thing I'm laying out for everybody, because I know what they're going to say, but they better know I know this language, so don't play me, bro. Now look, you looking at the dictionary. You can just have this man, this woman, and these three strokes and have a word. What word would you have? Rematch. Remember that. What does rematch mean? People first. Mankind or humanity. Now, I'm not talking hermetic. We're going strictly linguistic, doing a little bit of philology eventually. But right now, we're just analyzing the grammar of some ancient Egyptian terms to see what the meaning Kemet mean, because scholars say it meant the black land of the black soil, and I think it means the land of the black people. And it clearly, it does. Scholars argue, and none of the Egyptologists I talk to go against me on that. So let me show you the term, Mr. Aaron. Shout out to you. If you're new to this channel, you could chime in whenever you want. When we're looking at the ancient Egyptian term, believe it or not, they say this is a word for Egyptians. But we know that's an anachronism, because that word Egyptian wasn't even out at the time when people was reading this. So you can't define it by a word that come out 1,000 years later. What did they mean when they were saying it? Well, if I click over in this old presentation I did, you'll see the root to that term is black. Gardner I6 glyph, the word is Kim. We can see it used right here to say that this cattle was the black cattle. That's why they use that glyph. They use this glyph to say that this was the red cattle. Notice that this glyph is a flamingo. Now, you're going to say flamingos aren't red, but we have to understand they probably are red at one point by the way that they turn pink, but I don't want to talk about that. I would just say the range of colors was wider back then. Even probably orange would probably be in the red group. Feel me? And so that's some of the things that we would look at. And last thing I'll say to that, and then I'll just let you chill. Nothing I'm really talking about when I talk about how they encompass the blackness is not really about race. It's about how they observe themselves physically being. When the Greeks said that the Egyptians was black, they wasn't talking about race either. They was telling people, you feel me? I ain't into that social construct when we go back to ancient history, because that social construct of race we use today wasn't around. But people still observed when they looked at their hands and shit. They knew that they was a certain color. And they took note of that. But so this is the root of the term we talking about, black, right here. When we come back to what they call Egypt, if we read the hieroglyphs, this will be a breakdown of what Egyptologists tell us is the name of Egypt. Now, it's pending on this glyph right here, Gardner 049, right? Which this glyph, they're going to tell us it means land. So then that makes this say the black land. But I'll point out something. I want to show you something that it's just stuff that it's hard to know if you don't know this stuff. So I'm going to go GARDINERSIGNLIST. And I want everybody to see something, how many rules they break in order to say certain things. So I'm clicking on Wikipedia and it's telling you about Sir Alan Gardner's sign list, right? And all of the glyphs were categorized by Gardner just to help us do this study. All of the glyphs was categorized by Gardner, and he picked category. That's what categorizing is. He got names for each category. Now remember I said Gardner 049? Well, let's go down and look at his categories. See, A, if I say A1, you're going to think this glyph. If I say A16, you'll think this glyph. And you're going to know I'm talking about man and his occupations, right? If I say B1, that's the first woman, a generic woman like just sitting there, and so on. See, the woman with her child, the woman in different instances. So I said Gardner 049 is the one that they say means land, right? Let's come down to O. And look, O says buildings, parts of buildings, etc. Okay? So this is something simple to know. They break their own rules in order to hide who the Egyptians really were. Let me show you. Why would land, because they said 049 means land. Why would land be in buildings, parts of buildings? When you come up to N, what does it say? Sky, earth, and water. So what section do you think land would be in? Well, let's look and see, and look at these descriptions. And you're going to get down to like N, you'll see. Stars, sandy tract. What is a sandy tract? Land, that's N18. Now this right here is the most common one we see for land. N16, earth, land. This is important to know. First, that they breaking this first rule, that you taking a glyph from the category of buildings and parts of buildings and placing it into earth, sky, and water, which is wrong. Now, why is that significant? Because I want to click on the particular glyph of scrutiny so y'all can see. You see the circle? Oh, I'm sorry. On YouTube, it's hella small. So let me make it bigger just so people can see what the glyphs actually look. This is the land one I was talking about, right? That's the most common glyph you're going to see when they're talking about land. Now, all of these you'll see when they're talking about land right here, because this is in the category of N. This is land with water, a canal. This is like a series of canals, the irrigation tunnels. This is the hills. This is a mountain. So this is all land. In this category, they all start with a N. This is simple to show that the fix is N. Now watch this. Come down to O, buildings and parts of buildings. Now why is this right? Why did Gardner put 049? Where did that go? Dang, why don't I see 49? Oh, I gotta slide out. Why did he put 049 in buildings and parts of buildings. Because we don't even understand this glyph all the way. I'm going off the books to say, when I say I'm off the books, I'm not, this is just based on what I think I know. I can't really, I'm telling you the difference between when I'm going off my sources and the information and when I just think something. And right now, I think the circle, and I got an argument that could substantiate this, but I think the circle of 049 represents a fortified enclosure, which gives us a city in ancient times. And then the X is the crossroads, giving us X marks the spot. So I used to call it X marks the spot when I used to read glyphs, to know that when I seen that, they were talking about a physical location, a city, or a town. In this instance, they meant real land, but there's plenty of instances that we could talk about where they mean metaphysical type land. Beyond the physical, that's all metaphysical, right? And so, yeah, now I'm clicking this. Now look, let's go back. 049, it's inside of buildings, parts of buildings, not land. And when you click it to get more information on it, let's see if it really say land. What does it say? Town site, city, region. Now I gotta come on the camera, because a lot of people seen it say that and we're like, well, that's land. No, that's not land. Not even. Let's go analyze these words and let me show you. A town site means people. If not, it would say ghost town site. See how that implies people? If it was no people there, it would not be a town site. Likewise, all of these, now the word region don't mean people, but a city region indicates that it's a place on earth or in that particular area where people congregate. It has less to do with the land, because every place we have a town and a city, it's on land. Thank you. So it's more like populated land. And so I'm showing this because that means it has to do with the people and not the actual ground. So when it says black and they make it say land, they associate it with the black alluvial fertile silt, which we've done the research and we've talked to many of the best PhDs, and they don't got no source for that. They just made that up in Egyptology. Ancient Egyptian texts that we read every day, they didn't even like the black silt. Dude, you want to know the difference between listening to Egyptologists and reading what the ancient Egyptians said for themselves? You would think, you know how many ancient Egyptian deities there are? Netchers? There's over 1,000. They would make up a netcher for any aspect of life. Just like we used to say there's an app for that. In ancient Egypt, for lack of better terms, there's a god for that. Name anything that was important in ancient Egypt that didn't have a god. You won't be able to do it. Your organs in your body have particular different natures. I don't want to say gods because people think it's polytheistic. They were looked at as divine aspects of a part of life. Your intestines. As a matter of fact, they would keep the divine sealer would keep 4 canopic jars when you enter into the duat or the burial chamber not the metaphysical duat, but the burial chamber. When you were being embalmed and going through that process, they would put particular intestines, your brain, your gut, your inner organs, and the heart, and things like this in separate canopic jars, which were the sons of who? These canopic jars are represented in the natural world as the sons of Horus. Right? So I'm telling you, they got a nature for everything. It ain't no nature or God for black silt. It ain't one for that. Because they confuse us in Egyptology and they tell us that there was this heightened importance over the silk because, agriculture and it grew magically. No, ancient Egyptians gave all them props to the water. Because when the water didn't come, the black silk didn't do nothing. And philology tells us when the black silk did come, it was more problematic than anything else. You could go through the whole text scroll. I challenge anybody. I've done it for years. They just be shutting up. They ain't never came on my show and been like, let me embarrass him with this text. Because the text don't exist. Before I speak like this so confidently, I'll be doing research. And we do it a lot of the times publicly, and we're willing to be proven wrong. So I'm just showing you that first point, that it only says a town site or a city or region. Now, mind you, Wikipedia writers have been trained to go with whatever they trained to go with. So we're going to go so much deeper than that you're going to see that they won't be able to divorce the people from the meaning of the term, even though they might try. If we read this, they still telling you it's a town site or a city. Like if me and you was walking through the desert, we looking for the town site so we can find some people. We don't want to find an empty location. So here you see it used in this term, and this just says new. I don't know where this place is, but they're letting us know it's a place, right? And then we see like Moot, the vulture, but I see an R under it. See Moot right there? That's her right there. The abyss they talking about is over here. So this is like Jehudi, but we're not about to start reading that. I want to see what they say about it. The Egyptian hieroglyph town site city region is Gardner 049, the intersection of town streets. Okay? So they kind of right there. And in some Egyptian hieroglyphs books, it is called a city plan. No, so let's just stop. In some Egyptian hieroglyph books, it's called a city plan. Let's go back to here. This first word means black. And now we got some heightened understanding that this just don't mean lands. So stop saying Egypt is the black land. The black settlement, town, or city. And if you're going to go further, you're going to say the city plan, but it's already functional. They already live here. That's not the end of it. That's just the beginning of it. Because there's certain renditions we found. See, they found this one, and they say that this proves that they were talking about the land when they said Kemet. This use is early in the use of the word Kemet, and it's not that abundant. It only happens like 3 times. And furthermore, I give it credence. I say this is the instance when they talking about what y'all talking about. See, you can't take all the Kemets and lump them into one thing as they wouldn't use different determinatives. Just because this word still means black, but now we see canals, we'll take this one and this one attestation and argue, no, And these three, it's two for this, and it's another one for N24. This N23. So if I take you back to N23, right? If we want to be fair, we got to be consistent. So let's go back to Gardner and see what he said about N23. Because it got the black there too. And they try to say that, oh, well, since we find it on this one, then it can't mean people. Bro, these can mean different things when they writing them. They go N23, an irrigated canal. So you lost already. Because Kemet, the river is not an irrigated canal. An irrigated canal is man-made. You can't say they was talking about the black soil because N23 means an irrigated canal. You can, and I said, I will give you that. You won't get past that one attestation. And I'm only giving you that for a strategic reason. Because if you saying that that's what the determinative is depicting, then what is the determinative doing right here? See, if that made it black land, then this make it black people. But they can't rock with that. But then when you open up the dictionary, I'm going to do this for fun on the screen. I'm going to cover half of the word. I'm just doing this for fun, for my own fun. But it's going to be a good example you'll get to see. Watch this. See? So I'm covering half the word to make a point. That if you only see this, it has a definition. And what's that definition? People. So now let's talk about the grammar. That would mean, well, you're going to come out wrong if you pursue those lines. I already see that, but I just want to show you something. People, right? Okay. Now, what's this first word? Black. Well, it's not saying black people because this, if this was the word people, it would have to be in front of this. But guess what? This is not an adjective anymore, see? See, if it was still an adjective black, it would have to be behind this if this was the word rematch. It's in front of this, and so people say this means Kemet to you, those related to that which is black. I don't say that that's all the way wrong. But they saying it's wrong if you see these as black people, because when I say those related to that which is black, I understand that which is black to be Osiris. Kimi was one of his names as the black one. And so a lot of Egyptologists, if you read the dictionaries, they'll say Egypt means the black one. And if Egyptians were followers of Osiris, then that would be the way that you would say that this means those who are related to that which is black, and that would be Osiris. And by default, whether their complexion was black, you still say black people. Right? And again, you know we ain't talking about racist. So that was just a little thing. But what I wanted to do is this. We're gonna go a little bit better, because you're not gonna get an instance where I got one instance where the Kim is after this, but it's in a demotic text and somebody else translated. I can't read that from. So let's go into the text corpus now. But we're going to go into the old text corpus because we can do better stuff. When we go into the old ancient Egyptian text corpus, the new one allows us to do it too, but I haven't spent the day learning how to do it in the new platform. So it's a whole location search. Well, they got it right on the new one. Let me go try it on the new. And with a co-location search, you can look through hella old ancient Egyptian texts and see if, right, and see if two texts, two words occur close to each other. So search by lemma co-location. All right, see, this is it. Now I should be able to put two different lemmas in. If so, here go lemma 1 and here go lemma 2. Okay, and you can do lemma 3. So now let me show you what you do. I gotta open up another TLA. Because you don't know the lemmas by heart. So you're gonna go look at words, and we're gonna do the black land and the red land. Right? And we're gonna get every place where they within 10 sentences of each other. I mean 10 words of each other in the whole text corpus. So y'all know the first one is just Kim or Kimet. But we gotta get the lemma. So we're gonna come to the one that say black land right here. And we need this ID. Now, we're gonna pop that over here. Then we're gonna come. So now it increases our knowledge of just using technology to increase our knowledge of occurrences. When people pulling bullshit in your face, you could be I'll be laughing, bro. It'd be so many knowledgeable people and they be hella smart, but we do statistics. So it ain't even no class that teach you to do this all day. We made it into a hobby. So we're gonna take DS. So they'll be saying stuff like somebody like the good sister, the good woman, Dr. Maggie Bryson said. They might say, I go to Kemet. No, I'm from Egypt, and we know, and we can know off the top of our head that ain't in the text corpus. And I still stand behind that, and ain't nobody came and showed me that I shouldn't have said that. Maybe they don't want to, but that ain't in the text corpus. So, because the text corpus grows, but right now it's still only 400 attestations to Kemet. And if you're interested in the term, you should have looked over every single one. But we're just looking for the desert one, the most abundant uses of Jezeret, so that we can compare it and see how often it's over. Fact. If they don't have the most abundant use, then I'm gonna just take the because it should be used more than these. So let me take the T off. Even though, man, that ain't fair. See, look, right here, 45 times. This is it, man. It's only 45 times. Well, I'm trying to look for more times. That's what I be trying to say. The fix be in, bro. So it's that important, but it's only 45 times. Okay, cool. Let's keep popping. Kemet is in there 400 sometimes. Jezeret is in the text corpus 45 times. But we about to go see its lemma so that we can look at this comparison. So basically, Kemet and Jezeret in conjunction can't pop up more than 45 times. We got that statistic right there. And that's increasing our knowledge. So look, there you go, 27. So that's another increase. It's only 27 sentences in the whole text corpus where they comparing Kemet and Jezeret. I hate when they be like, what? Yes, bruh, that easy. Say I'm wrong. Well, I'm going to tell you the other options. They could spell Kemet by a different way that is entered in the dictionary, or they could spell Jezeret a different way than it's entered in the dictionary. But we chose the most common uses of both of them. Y'all don't even believe how easy it is to see the fixes in, bro. So everything you know, I'm not saying this to discredit it. It's truth to it. But everything we know about the black land, the red land, And they act like it's so abundant, bro. They draw that conclusion off 27 sentences. It's only 27 occurrences. So the text corpus is saying like this. They took the first word I put, they took the second word I put, and they looked through the whole corpus. Now, I could have went and changed the collocation, but default is 10 words to the left and 10 words to the right. So if they find Kemet 10 words to the left or 10 words to the right of Jeshurun in any text, we looking at that. You feel me? And so you can say, well, why not 20 words? Because they're not in juxtaposition. In order for you to say that's the reason why this is the black land and that's the red land. Right? So here go the first one they pulled up. And I would suppose that these are in chronological order. So we just learned more. The first time we see that, it ain't, oh my God. That's a killer tag. I love putting hands on people with this philology. What did y'all just learn? I'm gonna make it big and not show y'all why I'm excited. I told y'all. Ah, bruh, I'm getting on the big screen real quick. So I can smile, put my smile in the camera. Look at this. So I know you could go right in the OTLA and pull up some Kemets that are before this. Those, it's like two of them, but those Kemets ain't in juxtaposition to, I don't think they should be in juxtaposition. I'm gonna show you how to do it. They shouldn't be compared to the red land. Now look at this. The first entry, what am I looking at here? Y'all just look at it and tell me what y'all see. The first entry, thank you. It don't even got 049. The oldest one. The oldest time that they compare, that they try to say this is the black land because it's in comparison with the red land. Bro, it ain't even land right here. You can't say this is land. The first time it ain't. So that's land. So this is, tell me this is land right here. I need to snip it. All you seeing is this. Is this. It's from my presentation. Where my presentation go, man? Did I close it? Well, it might be on this side. Oh, all you seeing is this. This is what it is. So when I go to that text and I hover, watch how you see this. And you don't see this one, and you sure don't see this. You see, look what you see. This. So that's good to know. See how you just step your game up? I could just go dialogue about this all week. Bro, that's the first time they compared. Now let's read it. This part is about coming, right? I don't want the transliteration to be on the screen when I. He has come. He has come. He has ruled. Now, this word Hakah is a word that I need people to trip off. I'll be bored. I'll go crazy, bro. So that's how I know. When we go do some scrutiny on Hakah, stay statistical and keep on peeping game. When they said Hakah, this is not the Hakah from Magic. We could talk about that Hakah. This is night at another time, or maybe later. This is Hakah for being a ruler. So, first let's read it. He has come, he has ruled. Now, what is he ruling? You can't say this ain't some people he ruling. You can't say this says Egypt. All it says is black. But if I click it, it's going to say Egyptians. We're not acknowledging that anachronism. This is during the time period of Simro Set. He never heard of such a word. Now this says he has given. Do I need to prove anything? People who watch my show know we reading this. We've been studying this particular text for over 10 years live. So if it's your first time, just have some faith. That's what, because I don't feel like proving it. Right? So look, he has come, but I'll prove something, whatever you want me to. We'll talk about the Hakah part. He has ruled. Now, what is he ruling? Some people. Now, he has given Jeshurun. Even if you give Jeshurun something, they like some people too, because you don't be early in the land, bro. So it's two things I'm about to tell you, and we about to go look and see if I'm true. But no, he didn't give it. He has allowed, or he has played. They say he has put. Because to give, to allow, to grant, this was the early word. So he has placed, is what they say, the red land on his horns. If you come down there, this is what, see, look. Y'all can see, told you. Oh, let me put it in the English. See, look. They say, after he has assumed domination of the habits of Egypt. Why did they say that? He has ruled after he has assumed domination over the inhabitants of Egypt. See, they calling that inhabitants of black. But Egypt wasn't this yet. All we need to know is that on the first occurrence in the juxtaposition between what they say the black land and the red land, it ain't even a determinative for land there. There's a determinative for people. Let's look at the second occurrence. The black land, Egypt, and the red land, the desert, will be beneath their feet as she lives eternally. Now we see Kemet right next to Jeshurun. See? So they say because they see them so close to like this all these times when we know it's only 27 times, that they could determine that this means the black land. No, because this could just say the black and the red, and they just added these words. Will be beneath her feet. Now, but we're going to keep looking. That was, oh, so hold on. You can't tell me. Look what just happened, y'all. So the first time it was in Simro Set, man, something's wrong. Because this is shabby. The first time you see a comparison between the black land and the red land is during the time period of Simro Set the third. Kakaura, justify Ma'akaru. Now, the second time you see it is Hatshepsut. Bruh. So I know something's wrong with my analysis. I'm going to have to look at this term written different ways, but everybody who read the glyphs know that this is the way. So it went from the 12th dynasty. Oh, I see what happened. Oh, bruh. This go right with the history of Egypt. The 12th dynasty was the last unified time, remember? So I know they wrong. Oh my God, I know they wrong. The 12th dynasty was the last unified time before the second intermediate period. 13 through 17 is an intermediate period. They got beef. Why would they stop claiming the black and the red land just because it's an intermediate period? That was supposed to be the soil. You see what I'm saying? Oh, the soil stopped being cracking in the intermediate periods? Hatshepsut, about 18th dynasty. Look, Sinro Set, the hymn to Sinro Set, the first time what we see, and it got people there, right? The next time, well, let me just say, in the text corpus, the next time we see it is 18th dynasty, like I said. That go right with that intermediate period. It's proven it ain't about the damn soil. Well, if it was about the soil, why would they say, look, he ruled over these people, and then he sees these people, put them on his horns, then they break into an intermediate period, and ain't nobody saying that no more. But then who say it next in the 18th dynasty as we come up out of the intermediate period, and now the black land and the red land will be beneath the feet, but it ain't the land. Now the black and the red will be beneath her feet, and this is Hatshepsut. Now let's see the next time it occurs in the text court. I am his excellent heir, the favorite of his majesty Amen, to whom he gave the kingship over the black land, Egypt, and the red land, desert. Now they ain't showing us the glyphs here, so we can't give too much scrutiny to it. But this is 18th dynasty Hatshepsut, right? Trust me, our scrutiny is on these words land right here, because the black and the red is Horus and Set. We gotta know that. But we'll learn as we keep reading this, because all these juxtapositions ain't gonna even be the land. Watch this. The black land and the red land. So they came to the conclusion to start putting land here, because they say we keep seeing these two together. You see black and you see red, and you see the ground when you look at the ground when you get to Egypt. Yeah, that's a reality. But then they always had a double entendre. Double entendre are multiple meanings. Now, how far is this him from this Jeshurun? I don't even see the Jeshurun. Oh, that's why this must have been it, and they messed it up and translated it when I clicked the translator. Let me refresh the page. Watch. If I leave it in Greek, or I mean not Greek, but German, it'll be right. Watch this. This the third one we're looking for. Yeah, Kim Jeshurun, or was it this one? Hatshepsut. Kim Jeshurun right next to each other, right after Jed Medu. So words said, blah, 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 blah. All right, cool. Kim Jeshurun. They all next to each other during the time period of Hatshepsut. So if what I think I just learned is halfway right, watch what's about to happen. When is the next intermediate period? Let's go back to the first. It didn't exist during the first intermediate period. It wasn't no talking about no black land, no red land. Wasn't it still soil that was black and red? This shit don't make no sense. So did the soil all of a sudden turn black and fertile in the 12th dynasty? The people didn't turn black in the 12th dynasty, but Dr. Mario Beatty argues that there was a socio-political need to express self in these manners as they was pressed up against foreigners invading, and that was their chief primary concern in them time periods. Getting rid of the Hyksos, right? So if that was the case, let's just notice the word land is what we're scrutinizing. Does it just say Kemet and Jeshurun? And they put the Kemet mean black, Jeshurun mean red. But let's keep going. The black land, Egypt, and the red land, the desert are under my whatever, Agis. What is that? Agis, whatever. Now look, here go the Horus. Well, hold on, what happened? I gotta click into this text because I told y'all Horus was the black and Set was the red. So we just seen about 3 or 4 of them that was just giving you the black and the red. It wasn't telling you why. Now look at this. we got to go into this text. So Hatshepsut, so oh my gosh, I'm about to write the best next book ever. Because not only do they not talk about it during that second intermediate period, at least in the text corpus, I'm going to have to do more research, but Hatshepsut the one who come out talking about it next, and she tell y'all what it is. So they need to shut up. Don't ever, ever, ever tell me nothing about the Black Land. Watch this. Watch them tell you what it is. That's why I said we got to go into this whole text. It's 63 lines. I don't care how long it is. We get into the biggity business and this and all. So on page 7, so towards the end of Hatshepsut text, she gonna tell y'all how wonderful is what you have done for me. Who she's talking to, the god Amen. I'm just gonna fill y'all in because this is like the end of the movie. You answered my earlier calls because first he came to her in a dream. Man, we could do this whole shit. It's only 7 pages. It's a good ancient Egyptian story. We're gonna do it. Don't worry about this. So hold on. The time period, let's be right. The time period says Hatshepsut, right? But look, it says speech of the thanks by Tutmosis to Amen on the election of Hatshepsut. All right, so let's be clear. So this giving Tutmosis, they say he thanking her. Now there ain't no glyphs here, so this won't be as fun. They only got transliteration. So I'm just going to read the English and just go through it hella quick so we can see what's popping. Horus, the strong bull, beloved of Ma'at, the perfect God, Lord of the 2 lands, bestows upon Ankh-Kheper-Kara life, duration, prosperity, and that his heart and his ka are wide. After he has appeared upon the after he has appeared upon the Horus throne. See, that's going to be that black throne. But he appeared on the Horus throne as Ra, right? That's just some saying he's strong, man. Like basically, they just saying you a boss. You appeared on the Horus throne living as Ra. It says, darling of the Wajet, she gives life, well-being like Ra. Wajet of pay, depth, lady of the heavens, she gives life. Horus, the strong bull, favorite of Ma'at, with pointed horns, who emerges from the sun disk, whose seat the towering one placed. Oh, I'm sorry. Whose seat the towering one, the Uraeus serpent, placed in the first position. Nebti, he appeared is with the flame great in power. I guess his appearance is with the flame great in power. The beautiful faced one with the crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt, what they illuminate is subjected to him. Now look, gold Horus or golden Horus here. Horus Nebu. Golden Horus, perfect in years that enliven the heart, whom Atum has made magnificent. From sun to sun in the rule he has seized as the king, head of the subjects, first amongst the gods. It says, king of Upper and Lower Egypt, great are the forms and are the Kadesra, the seat throne, son of Amen, favorite of his majesty Amen, in the midst of the gods whom he has placed first amongst the inhabitants of the horizon in the exalted college of the gods. We can look at, oh, that's just page 1, goddamn. I don't know if I'm doing all this. Let me see. I thought that was at least page 2. Now here we go. Excellent one who enters into him who created him. He is resourceful. Now this is dope. Excellent one who enters into him who created him. It says he is resourceful in fulfilling his duties. The one with the knowledgeable heart who let him eat the food daily. He gave him the Uraeus serpent. He magnified his forms through it. The divine God, the divine Ba power, the Lord of crowns, giving millions of bitty kings. Heavens his father raised up for him his heavens, who created the figures on the ground of wet jazz hair or whore, and food. And then he ascended to see how the sky gives birth to him early in the morning on the eastern horizon. He who traversed the firmament with his retinue, he who travels with him, the sun god, united in the morning bark, who looks to the heavens regarding blank in the western mountains after Ra has destroyed his enemies. Trust me, I'm just reading the whole thing just so we can just get the context. It says, the form of those who were pregnant with him at his coming. The forms of them. I wish I could read it in the German. Let me see. He has traversed heaven and the earth, who descends as a sage with the knowledge of the correctness of each god, i.e., the correct course of action with regard to each god. Okay? It says the protector of that from which, and let me just pause. One thing I learned about reading these texts is they was not evil. When I was in church and stuff, they used to tell you so much about Egypt evil. What they might have been from the Christian perspective, but they didn't think they was. They was trying to do good. But watch how they be saying it. The protector from that which he came, who makes him rich, who makes his temple exalted, magnified and furnished, who makes his name magnificent with blank, who reaches the end of the two countries. Now the two countries, just keep that in mind because I keep on saying that. He reaches the end of the two countries with bowed head, who protects, they say Egypt, but we have a Kemet here. Okay? Who expands his borders and reduces his problems or difficulties. He who makes the gods excellent, who lays down Ma'at before the majesties, who establish the provisions of food for them in his land, that which is in is permanent, stable in its God's places. I was going to say palaces, that's places. He who drives the misery out of Egypt, so he drives the misery out of Kemet. I guarantee you this Kemet, if we could see the glyphs, it wasn't going to be. I bet you this Kemet ain't an 049. And if it's an 049, you're driving the misery out, man, of the city of blackness. Like, misery still concerns people. But he drives the misery out of Egypt, how they give it to you like that, right? Who is praised for all that he has done, who wards off the moment of him who is about to become angry, who chastises the robber, who punishes the rebel adversary, who is in his moment. The strong arm of the one crushes the rebellion, who cuts off the heads of the rebelling foreigners and delivers them to the calamity they themselves devised. Damn, he had bars. Well, I will deliver you to the calamity. See, I told you, somebody asked me, do they be rapping? I said, nah, they don't be rapping, but they got bars, bro. To deliver you to the calamity that you yourself have devised, that's a bar. Who came forth from Chemis, what's Chemis? I don't know. So that they might carry two mistresses. The one can, all right, now I'm sorry. I'm skipping the 7. Sorry. You got enough. I don't want to do this all night. How wonderful is it? Oh, well, at least I'll go to 6. And I encourage you to go read the whole damn Tutmosis Stella. Now look, the great men of all foreign lands bow their heads. Tributes are paid in total. I have put all your teachings in practice. Now your heart rejoices when I act or do something. You have bestowed my kingship upon me as upon the Lord of eternity. So like you did Osiris, so as upon the Lord of eternity, you have promoted me in the first place of the Ened. My Majesty's heart is greatly gladdened by hearing my plea to you. I did what your Ka loves. I placed myself under your guidance. How beautiful is the action concerning what has already been done, namely, that you have gave me the throne. You have repeatedly given me the oracle concerning my daughter Machtenka, the queen of Upper and Lower Egypt, whom you desired, who is united with you, who is loved by the God. You have surrendered this land to her grasp and satisfied her with great long reign. Peace, J. Commodore. I heard that beat, it was slapping. I'll let you know if something pop, you'll be the first to know. Let me see if I can think of some lyrics, basically. How wonderful is what you have done for me. You answered my earlier calls, my pleas concerning my favorite. Now look, it says blank. You've answered my early calls, my pleas concerning my favorite blank. Why it had to be blank right before this line, man? That's how the glyphs be. Now it's blank. Horus, he ruled the black. Don't let them put land in there. But Horus, he ruled the black. Oh, first of all, the red lands is in Egypt. So this is stupid. If the black land is the fertile alluvial soil, how could that equal Egypt? And then the red land is the desert or the foreign land. It's red land as soon as you get off the fertile alluvial soil. As a matter of fact, the whole Valley of the Kings is in the red land. So this is just a bad translation. Horus, he ruled the black. I don't even want to read it. And the red. He got it to two shores in justification. Now they say Horus ruled the black and the red right here, but later they're gonna say Sutek is the red. How great is your service? All right, now that I just read that, I'm just gonna keep going what I was initially. I get distracted too easy, and I'm reading a whole text. I got other homework. So we're gonna go back to where we started. Here we go. It was on these 3 pages. And so it went from the 12th dynasty to the 18th dynasty. This is the use of this juxtaposition between Kemet and Gesseret. We see it right here again. Oh, you know what? Now we're going to talk some grammar too. To whom the black land and the red land, deserts, Upper and Lower Egypt, were given to his fist. Now hold on. So the black land that they say right here with the 049, and then the red land got something different. So both of these mean land. Okay, cool. Now they say this is the what? South. Or they say Shamash, but this is going to be Upper Egypt, so yeah, the south. And this is going to be Tamehu, the north. And then this is what? Are given to his fist. Okay. So these is 4 different places, bro. So this is what y'all trying to tell me. Think about this quite clearly. Y'all, Egyptology wants you to think this. They want you to think 2 things that contradict themselves. I love doing this type of analysis. Deep game, you got to be visceral and know how to box people argument up that they can't get around it. So look at this. This says to whom the black land, that's this one. And they say it's Egypt. See? Then they say, and the red land, then they call that the deserts. Then they say Upper Egypt, this. and Lower Egypt this. That's all wrong. Well, I'm going to say this. That's all made up by Egyptologists. Everybody could know that Hashema'u don't got the word Kemet in it. But right here they say Kemet means Egypt. See, they are making this all into one thing. And I'm going to prove right now how it's a contradiction. They're making all of this into one thing to tell their story they want to tell. Because listen to this. Isn't this the black silk? The black land because of the black silk? Kemet, remember? And this is the red land because of the red silk. They can't stop saying that. Isn't there black silk and red silk in Upper and Lower Egypt? See? You see how easy that is? You answer the question yes or no. Isn't there black silk? That's what this is supposed to mean, right? And this is supposed to mean the deserty area. I have a question. Isn't there black silk and deserty area in Upper and Lower Egypt? The answer is yes. So this is how you know that theory is wrong. Because if these two is inside of these two. Think about saying, how would you say that? That don't make no sense. You got to think like a king. You're not about to say, I'm the ruler of Oakland and 73rd and 35th. He was the ruler. That's what this is saying. If you're from New York, he was the ruler of Manhattan. Then they say, but I don't know New York good enough. Uptown, and then they would say Park Street in Lexington. And you'd be like, that's in Manhattan. I can say it better with Oakland. He's the ruler of Oakland, East Oakland, West Oakland, 35th, and Adeline, and a street that run all through the West, Martin Luther King. That don't make no sense. The person who said this was talking about 4 different places to him. Kemet don't mean the whole of Egypt. Now let me show you another contradiction. I hope y'all can follow that. I'm going to say it again. This can't mean black silk. This can't really mean the red silk, because this mean, and how can this mean Upper and Lower Egypt? There's black silk and red silk in Upper and Lower Egypt, but they're saying this is 4 distinct entities, all 4 different geographic locations. So, and if this means Egypt, and this is the desert, then Upper and Lower Egypt ain't in Egypt. This is nonsense. It don't make no sense. So what makes sense? That to look at these as 4 different individual locations, possibly how the ancient Egyptians did. Since this is still the time of Tutmosis, it's only 2 dynasties later where I will argue that this starts to be looked at as what we do call Egypt, the whole area. But whatever, let's keep going. He has united for me the black land, Egypt, and the red land, the desert, But the sun disk orb is now on my grasp. All right. So this Tutmos who did this unification. And they got the 049 here, and then we got the what, D3 or whatever. What is that? No, it's N25. Okay, my bad. Cool, we still looking. Another Kim that look a little different had the owl, the Jesseret. I am Horus, Lord of the fertile land and the desert. Fertile land, no, he Lord of the black and the red. So I want to click into this text too. I'm not gonna read nothing but around that sentence to see what else is he talking about. All right, I hear something about a flood and two lands. The reason why I asked about that, because when he says, I am Horus, Lord of the fertile land and the desert, I wanted to see if this needs some. Oh, they got the glyphs up here. I mean, you know. Neb, Kemet, Jesheret. You gotta, so let's talk about in grammar when you find two nouns. In grammar, when you find two nouns run up against each other, you got a few options, especially in ancient Egyptian grammar. Mississippi is not the Nile River. That's some lame stuff. You should watch my show more and just get some of this real information. Because when you get deep enough, it gets just as good as that fake stuff, y'all. But on the elementary level, that fake stuff be better. That's why I go farther. Right? So this is a profound way to say that you are something. It's a grandiose manifestation. It's like, I am. So when you click this, it says Anuk. If you know Hebrew, the use of Anuk in Hebrew is kind of similar. It is the same. You say Anuk in Hebrew to say I am too. All right, yep. But this one was just not the regular way that you say you are. It's more grandiose. So like God say Anuk. So he said Anuk Heru. I am Horus. Anuk Heru right here. I wish this wasn't on here. These are the training wheels. And a lot of the times when we do the show, we take the training wheels off the screen. Let me see if I can. I don't want to take that. Thank you. Anuk Heru, right? And then we see, but this is a PW and a Y. Oh, that make me mad because I just took this off the screen and I need the training wheels again. So that's just going to be a demonstrative. It's going to be like, I think it's a demonstrative. Like they or these, but it don't make no sense. So what did they say for this PW? They, I said they. I knew it was a demonstrative, but I said they or these is that. Okay, so I wasn't that far off. So that Lord of Kemet, that Lord of the black and the red. See, that's what I'm saying. Don't let them tell us more than what they really said in the ancient Egyptian. I am Heru, that Lord. You could be like, that Lord Heru, or I am Heru, that Lord. This is Lord Neb. And then we got Kemet, Jesheret. So now talk about the grammar. Well, we could talk about, you know, Heru the noun. Then we got the I am. Anuk. That's an independent pronoun. I'm tripping. Okay. So then we got the noun Heru. This demonstrative pronoun, but this Neb is a Lord. You know, that's just, he's a Lord, person, place, and thing. But look, watch what happens. We get these two nouns run up against each other, and then we got to start asking ourselves what our options are. So I'm gonna open up a grammar book so everybody can follow along. But what we see, it could be, I'm gonna open up J. E. Hulk. Egyptian grammar, right? One of my favorite books. And I want people to see this, and I don't want to mess up as I explain this. So I'm gonna just have the book open as I. So look, you could always think about, and you said conjunction in there, but I don't know if you was talking about the grammar. You said upper and lower as a conjunction. But just so happened that that's a coincidence that that's the grammatical term that we're about to talk about. So I don't know if that's what you was addressing. But when we got this, so there's a few things. When you see two nouns run up against each other in ancient Egyptian, there's either basically going to be an and or possession is taking place. If possession is taking place, we're going to have what's called a direct genitive, all right? That means there's nothing in between the two nouns and one of the nouns possess the other. To make this be the most simplest way you ever learned it, because it's way more complicated than this, but I'm more like to simplify it. So basically noun A, noun B always owns noun A if it's a case of a direct genitive in the ancient Egyptian language. Now, an indirect genitive is going to have a noun separated by a genitival adjective, which is, I don't like, man, I need to make new terms for all this stuff. Because it sounds like you saying complicated stuff, but now that I understand it, didn't understand it at first. Now that I understand it, that ain't even complicated. Every time you hear genitival, think possession. So if I say this is a direct genitive, you know there's some sense of possession. Then what's going on? In ancient Egyptian, the B noun owns the A noun if you have a direct genitive. So let's look at that. They never entertained this as even a direct genitive. Let's try it. They had to come to the conclusions that they came to. So let's see if the red owns the black. That don't make no sense, right? The black belonging to the red, the black community in the desert. See, it can work. I tried to tell you, you gotta look at the damn grammar, bruh. And then they can't get around this shit. So this is what we're entertaining right now. We're entertaining if this could work as a direct genitive, where is grammar, is formulas. So you can't break the formula. If it works, it works. So would this work if the B noun possessed the A noun? It would make more sense to why you got a damn 049 on Kemet and then you got this desert mountains on this. Because people don't gather in this area. So this would be the area where people gather in this area. That could be given to any Egyptological teacher to say, tell me where I'm wrong. It's not what they propose because they got more options. And I think the option that somebody said, and now we're going to go to the grammar book, I think the option my brother said was conjunction. Conjunction. So we got conjunction, disjunction, and what's the other one? I just said it. Conjunction, disjunction, and possession. They gotta be the three. So I'm about to put it right here. So we talking about what could happen when we got two nouns run up against each other. Well, see, so these are substantives because black ain't a noun, but it's acting as a noun because they saying it's a location or a toponym. Same as So think substitute when somebody say substantive, right? Same as Kemet and Jeshurette. Were acting as nouns, so we gotta treat them as nouns. You know what I mean? They identify as nouns. Hold on. So we're gonna get to a particular part where he's teaching all about, I'm gonna just put genitive. I'm gonna put direct. Direct genitive, and that's lesson 22. So he's calling it a bound construct. That's a good way to think of it too. Yep, Black City, and see, that's what I'm trying to say, Immortal. That make perfect sense, but we're gonna prove it to people as we analyze all the grammar, all the different options. We only got 3 options with this. And when we do it this way, we get all right, here we go. This is what it's gonna take you to learn. So you don't have to even learn nothing else, bro. Don't even trip off all that meta nature. Just listen to this grammatical instruction and deal with what we're talking about right now in the here and now. Check it out. Relationship between nouns. The genitival relationship. The genitival relationship is most general term a relationship of possession. See, that's the first one. One of them gonna own the other one. Now watch this. But as in all languages, the sense of possession is fairly broad. In English, we express the genitival in 2 ways. By the use of the genitival case apostrophe S, or possessive pronouns, the boat's interior. We put that apostrophe S on the boat. We know the boat owned the interior. So in English, the A noun governs the B noun. The boat's interior, see? Because you put the apostrophe S on the boat, you know that the interior belonged to the boat. But it's opposite in ancient Egyptian. But I'll let him tell you. By use of the preposition of, so the bottom of the ocean. So now, if you use this genitival adjective of, or they call it a preposition, of, is switched around. The bottom, the A noun now belongs to the B noun. The bottom of the ocean. But he'll tell you, in Egyptian, there's also 2 different ways of expressing this relationship. The choice depended mainly upon the closeness of the relationship. Let me just make this smaller, easier for me to read. Mainly depending on the closeness of the relationship, the close relationship being expressed as a compound noun phrase, the looser relationship using an adjectival modifying phrase. So the closer relationship being expressed as a compound noun phrase. Compound nouns, 2 nouns run up against each other. Let's stop tripping. It's a phrase because they want us to get a thought about it, them 2 nouns being ran up against each other. Or the looser relation using an adjectival modifying phrase. Something gonna modify it. It's gonna be a genitival adjective in between the 2 nouns. Well, he's gonna show you. Other factors also determine the choice. So how you know when you're gonna do, is you gonna just put the 2 nouns next to each other, or is you gonna do an indirect genitive and put a genitival adjective, ni. That's why we say ni. Ra ni kemet. Ra ni kemet. Ra is a mouth. That's a noun. Ni is a genitival adjective. Kemet, the mouth of Egyptians, the mouth belonging to blacks, right? Mouth, Ra ni kemet. So then, mouth belonging to that which is black. That's even funnier because they be acting like that which is black is the soil. But they got a mouth when you say Rani Kemet, which is the language of the people. Ra, a mouth is a noun. Ni is the genitival adjective. Kemet is a noun. So if you got a genitival adjective in the middle, B owns A. It's the mouth of Egypt. or the mouth of black. So, but he's going to tell you right here. Look, it says the bound construct, also known as the direct genitive. That's the one I just been talking about. This construct consists of simply placing one noun in front of the thing possessed. So that means A owns B, says it. Place a noun in front of the thing possessed. So let's see, because hold on, I think I twist that up. A, he says one noun in front of the thing possessed or otherwise connected. For instance, Neb Part is the owner, lord of the house. So that's A governing B. I thought I said that. A governing B. I thought I said B on A. Well, anyway, we about to see. The bound, that's why I opened the book. The bound construct is very frequently used to form compound words, right? The per hedge. So we got the per hedge, that's the treasury, but it's literally the house of silver. The second house sign at the end of the word is the determinative. Although not important for modern readers, the bound construct affected word accent, as we know from the Coptic. The first word had reduced vowels or lost its word accent. Technical term for this reduced form is status constructus. In the case of such compound words, modern scholars conveniently link the words with a hyphen. But grammatically, there is no distinction in the original Egyptian. Another way to look at the bound construct is to see the unit as a noun followed by its modifier. Hold on, let me go back to what we was originally. Because it's starting to make more and more sense. But up here he said, the owner, lord of the house. I need to go look at what we was looking at. So we know this is the lord of Egypt, but then, we was looking at this to see if it would be the, I'm trying to see, would it still be the black land inside the red land? Would that work, or is that being contradicted by the grammar book? Feel me? The owner, the first one, owns the second one. So, I mean, that would be the opposite. That would be black land, that would be red land inside of black land. Probably why they would not have, no, I don't got no advice for that. Maybe you could just come over here and learn the glyphs. That's all I can say. But it probably is why they threw that out and knew that that wasn't what I'm entertaining it as. But we're looking at all of our options to come to our own conclusions. So we're in the case of such a compound words, modern scholars conveniently link the words with the hyphen, but grammatically, hey, you know what? If I'm talking about something like this and you come in asking questions related to your sexual orientation, no matter what it is, you in the wrong place. I ain't talking about shit like that. That's like if I just start, you got something for me to do no, that's hella crazy. I be thinking people be bots. They be bots. But grammatically, there is no distinction in the original Egyptian. Another way of looking at the bound construct is to see the unit as a noun followed by its modifier. An important fact is that in Egyptian, the modifier always follows the word it modifies. Thus, the case of Neb, her, we have the owner. What kind of owner? Of a house. A very similar construct. Okay, so yeah, well, that would be right. What if you say we got a bloke of the red? Okay, the black city of the red land would still work. It still works. The black city of the red land will still work. So sometimes when I'm on, sometimes when I'm streaming, I can't give out a wrench when I'm streaming this way. But you should have been had a wrench, Patai. So next time I look, I'll shoot you one. But just because they asked one question, that don't need to get popped. But I appreciate you. And I'll handle that when I can. So maybe I'm not all the way contradicted then. It says the only real difference here is that the modifier chair precedes the noun. It modifies leg in conformity with the normal English word order. Modifier precedes the noun and modifiers. Okay. The use of the bound construct is quite restricted in Egyptian in comparison to Semitic languages. It occurs mostly in titles, overseer of construction, or epithets, Lord of the heavens, and the set phrase, per Nisu, the palace, literally the house of the king. So that was the bound construct or the direct genitive. Now, I want to slow down because I'm not going to act like that was easy to absorb everything. When I came into it, I thought I said when I looked that the B noun governs the A, but it's the other one. He says the A noun, the noun in front, and he's reading from left to right. The noun in front owns the noun that's second to it. So in the sense of this type of ownership, you would say of, right? Because he says the owner or lord of the house. And he even so that would still work. Because you would come here and say the black city of the desert. Now, where did I mess that up? That's what he's doing. But this will be the owner of this. I mean, I see how that would work in that instance too, because ain't shit else in the desert. But I think you would have to be stronger. That would have to be stronger. So we're going to look at the second instance, which is called a what? He said a genitive or adjective. The genitive or adjective is in the this is what I was going to call it, an indirect genitive. So look. He says the genitive or adjective, also known as the indirect genitive. In Egyptian, there exists a category. Man, if that stuff don't start popping up on my screen every time I come there, how do I get this to stop, though? Yeah, excuse me. I'm trying to read. In Egyptian, there exists a category of adjectives that derives from the preposition and noun indicating various relationships called nisba adjectives, after the Arabic grammatical term, and will be further discussed in 54. The nisba adjective derived from the preposition in, which means to, means very literally belonging to. See? This is something to know about that in when we see it. Because if it's a nisba, if it's a genitive or adjective, we switch from to, which is dative, to belonging to, which is genitival. Dative is like, man, it's going to somebody when it's dative. But in actual use, because I struggle with trying to make grammar digestible. And I hate trying to say all these terms and shit that lose my people. You feel me? So I'll be like, motherfucker don't know what that means. So you gotta force them to know what it means, but you forcing them by explaining it in a way that I could get it. That I wish a motherfucker said it to me that way. But anyway, the genitive or adjective, also known as the indirect genitive. So what's that really? It's just you got the two nouns and you separating them by in or a ni, a genitive or adjective, an adjective of possession. So what's our adjective of possession of? You be like, or you say from, but because we saying John from Oakland, you kind of saying that I was from Oakland. But anyway, of is belonging to. is the best way to say it, right? But in John belonging to Oakland. Anyway, but in the actual use, it is equivalent to the English of, just like I said, and should almost always be translated of. All right? So you're not going to see the knee and say belonging to. You know, it means belonging to, but you should translate of. Being an adjective, it follows the noun, it modifies and agrees in gender with the number with it. It says the forms are as follows. So this is the forms. Let me show you. So if you see this separating two nouns, it's going to look like this if the nouns are masculine and singular. Because this is only going to be matching the gender and the number of the nouns there. So if those nouns are feminine nouns, it's going to look like this. And you're not going to say knee no more. You're going to say neat to express the femininity. Right? But let's look at these. This is why we be seeing other ones, and sometimes I'll be getting lost here. Man, all this stuff popping on the screen is why I don't be liking Amazon. I mean, whatever this thing called, Adobe, dog. I'll be fighting with all these pop-ups. But they're useful, functional pop-ups. So if the nouns are plural, they're not going to say ni because they need to express the plurality in it. So they add a W. So now you say niu or new. You might just say new. But to be right, you probably want to say niu. And if it's feminine in plural, niut. So you know how we say ra, ni, kemet? This is what we be saying, ra, ni, kemet. If it's dual, you're going to say ni, we. Because the way always is how you express duality. Whenever you see this chick and this stroke at the end of a word, that word is representing duality, or it's asking how. Those are really your two options for that. It's either asking how something or it's a dual word. So this now we see ni, however you say. Anyway, those are the genitives that you'll find in between the nouns. And for our observation, we don't see that in between there. But just if we kept reading, we will see it because it's part of the glyphs. And so since I'm only trying to identify a real life direct genitive, I'm going to see if I can find one. We could have been reading all of this. Oh, this is evil? Why they got some hair? Is this evil? Oh, yeah, it is evil. I'm getting good. But why they got hair on that evil? I'm just looking for any of these grammar points, and they happen all the time. They probably happen 4 times in my face. Back to you, the enemies. All right, that's cool. But now I might have to open up something. We're gonna stay in the book so we can get examples of that instead of stay on the lesson, because the lesson gonna get examples of it right here. See, look, wow. So these are the ones we're dealing with, and we can let. Dang, this is as big as it gets. Oh, I thought. So what we'll do is simple. We're not tripping off trying to read glyphs. We just trying to break down grammar. Right? And so I'm gonna make it big enough. I'll leave the training wheels so you can see the transliteration and what it means, because we're not talking about none of those. We're talking about the grammar. Man, see, here it go again. It always got something in mind. Whatever. Maybe I'm getting older and I'm not as computer savvy. I should just be able to take this right off the screen. But anyway, let's look at this top one. I know how to do it. I'm gonna get up out of this app. Snip, SNIP. We're gonna look at this top one real quick. All right. And we ain't talking about the we talking about the grammar. And it should be just from reading that paragraph, we don't need to know the meta. We just want to read what the paragraph was. Told us when I'll identify the nouns for us, right? To make it easy. This is the first noun, it's a house. And you can corroborate that because they're going to wear a house, right? And then house is, I'm going to just use the color code and it's going to be super simple. So this is a house. But remember what we're thinking about? We're thinking about what is a house? It's a noun, right? All right, cool. So what's coming after the noun? Well, we probably wouldn't have known this. You would have had to been listening really hard. This is a preposition. But when you first see it, you can only entertain it as a preposition until you read on and you see that there's another noun after it, right? So I'm gonna put the nouns in green. And this is the second noun. So if you remember what he called this, what is this called in grammar? The nouns ain't running up against each other. They separated by yellow. Right? If the nouns ain't running up against each other and they separated by yellow, and look at what yellow means. You remember it's possession? This is the yellow, the knee. So that means the yellow is the genitival adjective of possession. Right? Excuse me. The yellow is the genitival adjective. So now we know what we got, an indirect genitive. So now we know nobody can't even talk you out of your knowledge of the glyphs because you're not even reading it yet. You identifying the parts of speech. You want to do that, you got the noun, you got the preposition. Now the preposition, since you got this construct, the preposition ain't a preposition, it turned into a what? A genitival adjective to express ownership. Now, when I first came to this lesson, I thought B, I am still right, so let me just say it right. Because it says the house of the scribe. The scribe is second. Remember I said B owns A? So that is right. The house of the scribe. The scribe is second. He's right here. He's the B now. We're reading from left to right. If you put A's, B, C, D, E, F, G on every noun you've seen, the A noun would be this house here. Then you got a preposition, and then you'll find out it's a genitive or adjective once you see you got another noun here. If you wanted to use this as a preposition, it would have to mean to. And it would say house to scribe. You would know that's not right. House to scribe. Nah. So this is an indirect genitive. Let's look at the second one. It might even be better. And since we're leaving the training wheels on, it's all good because I want people to see everything. Plus, it helps me too, but I don't like that help. I shouldn't need that help at this level. You know what I mean? So I totally don't. I could not look over here. Any of us could not look over here, especially when we're doing the grammar. But I'm gonna make this color coded. So the green is gonna be the nouns. So they're going, well, yep. So now see, now this is funny. I just paused, right? Because this word, even though the word depit is right here, it's spelled out, so you know it's not a verb. But it could be a verb. But what would it be? If it's a boat, I can't make it bigger. Let me make it bigger on YouTube. Yeah, we're gonna make sure everybody see this shit. All right, cool. Now you see the boat in the end is the determinative. But sometimes you see a boat on the word and it don't mean a boat. This could mean boating. Right? And they would change the word around a little bit. But this is a depot boat. DPT, depot. That's why when we came over here. But I'm gonna do it now that we took the training wheels off. We can read it because this is still, we're not gonna read it, we're gonna do the grammar. The indirect genitive is gonna go in the yellow. Is the term that we highlight. This is the possession term. This is net. Because remember, see, this got a T on it. So this got to match it in gender. It's still knee, still the same knee. You don't remember when we look at the book right here, he told us, look, let me go back to the book. Just don't trip, because when we scroll up, see, he told us all the different ways you're going to see it. I don't expect you to remember these right now. Just don't try to remember and just let your brain hear me. Soon it's going to stick. I stopped trying to remember. I just let what stick. And then be working better. Right? So let's go right again. If it was masculine and singular, it would be knee. But we clearly see it has a T on it. So when we come back to what we observing, we already know by the grammar that it is feminine and singular. Right? So we got that. Now we got the last, another. So if we see this construct, you already know this is a noun. See, that's how it help you. It help you. And it got this man behind it, so I'm going to include him. Let me show you how you can mess this up. And I didn't mean to pull this over here, but look. Let me show you how you can mess this up reading the glimpse. The way I messed it up for like at least 12 years. You would come to this and not know the grammar, and you're going to default to the first usage, the most common usage of this word. You're going to say, purify, purification. See, let me break down what this is for you. When you look at this, you're going to say, I see that. This is a foot. You see that foot? Yep. It's like from the femur down. But what's on top of it is a jar pouring out water. So this is a jar pouring out water. And next after this, we got more water. This is water. And we have a man. So sometimes you will read this like, I purify, my purification. That should not work here. Because this is all part of this construct. So the word is wob. And it has a man there, and you know it's a noun, not the act of purifying. You're going to say a boat belonging to a wob priest. That's 100% correct. There's no way around it. So when we scroll to the right, I told you, the boat of the wob priest. The boat of the wob. This is because we learning the grammar, and before we tripping off knowing every word in ancient Egyptian, I don't know every word in English. So I know that's not what reading is about. Reading is about knowing how to form sentences and stuff. I mean, not form sentences, but to break down sentences. So y'all see that was easy. Let's go to the next one straight out the book. And we're learning indirect genitives. See, I don't want to see none of the answer till we reveal that later. Come on. And we're reading from left to right just because this is an instructional. Well, I don't care. I'm not trying to know. This is what we're doing. We're reading from left to right because this is a instructional. But these glyphs could be written either direction. All right. And I'm gonna make this big enough. Then we're gonna get it in. All right, so this one seems a lot harder, but if you use your same tools like a wrench or like a screwdriver, it's gonna work. Same stuff will work. But first, you don't know the word. So I'm gonna help you with that part. Well, nope, you don't need to know the word. I'm gonna tell you the word category, or I'm gonna tell you the word class, and then you're gonna be able to figure it out. Watch this. So this first word, some people who read the glyphs who watch it already know it. It ends way back here though. You probably wouldn't even tripped off that, huh? Because these three are the determinatives for this word. We already know we're talking about indirect genitives. So this is a noun. This word is a cognate with our term for child. It means children. This is children. The word is kred. If this KHRD, change the R to an L, you got KHLD, child. Kind of like child, CHLD. I'm talking about the words. But anyway, children, right? So now you know this is plural, right? So then what do you see next behind it? And this is something we need to remember. I'm always putting the possession term in yellow. The noun's gonna go in green, the possession term in yellow. It's just small, they snuck it in. But it's not just a new bowl. Remember what we're supposed to say? For anything that's plural, you gotta express the oo sound or a W. But I said new already. Now that's not gonna be right because it's possession. So it has to be you. You. Let's go make sure that's right in the book. It gotta be you. Look. See, when we come back to the book, it's plural, see? So even though you see this bowl, look what they spell right there. A N, a Y, and a W. How would you pronounce NYW? These are only scholastic pronunciations, so we know what we're talking about. So I would say NIU. Feel me? So let's get back to that. So now we can see clearly that the children belong to somebody. So now we can just figure out with the grammar who they belong to. We don't even care because we know they belong to this last noun because we figured out. Well, this one is a little bit harder for you, so let me show you. We know that this first noun is children, and then we see this new bowl behind them. So we know this construct is going to be an indirect genitive, and these kids is going to belong to whoever this is over here. I don't even need to know how to read this. I already read it. These kids belong to them because you know the grammar. But who is this? So we know the glyphs, and we're going to go in. I'm going to change colors here for a particular reason because this is a very important abbreviation. A lot of black people who got into the metanetter messed this all up. And they kind of could have messed us up like black-eyed us if we wouldn't showed up. You know what I'm saying? Because they thought this had something to do with the Moors, dog. And was saying some of the stupidest stuff. You know how you could, sometimes they put out misinformational lists in order to mess up the whole movement. See what I'm saying? This has nothing to do with no Moors, but the term is an M and an R, right? And it's not a race. It's not nothing. It's not no race. It's not nothing. You don't have no blood of an emir in Egypt. This was simply an overseer. But people taught it like, look, this the ancient Egyptians. It's the Moors, and we were the overseers, and so now we was the overseers of the ancient knowledge. No matter how true that was, this don't mean it. This means, this is an abbreviation for a longer term, emir. Closest thing we can think is a commander, an admiral, or an overseer. Emir par. So now we got emir. This is a compound word. This is the second noun. is, so now this is the reason why he did this one, because this is a indirect genitive with a direct genitive in it. Let me show you. The direct genitive is this. Remember, direct genitives are looked at as compound words, right? I mean, they could form compound words. The compound is between these two terms. Overseer, which is a person, place, or a thing, right? So that's a noun. A house is a person, place, or a thing, so that's a noun. You got two nouns next to each other. One of them is the overseer of the other one. He's the overseer of the house. That means noun A is governing over noun B in this indirect genitive, but it's in a bigger clause that goes all the way. That's really an indirect genitive with a direct genitive in it. So now we can read it. The children belonging to the overseer of the house. Now, if you know, if I said this was a compound word, then don't read it like the overseer of the house. This has to be one word. Therefore, the children belonging to, I'm going to go out on a limb, and I think I know the answer to this, the chancellor. I thought the answer was the children belonging to the chancellor. Let's see. The children of the steward, I got close. Because we knew that was one word, so it's the steward, not the chancellor. Well, they both deal with overseeing the house, y'all. Feel me? Oh, I don't want to see that. Oh, well, we can see. So we are identifying in the, now let me go show you something more complicated and show you how this works. I'm gonna slap it on all Madden real quick and go straight to the Murray and Patastella where they say that Israel is on it. So you can see how this study works, Murray. And this ain't just no bullshit that you just like twiddling your fingers and it don't even help nothing. Nah, you could go straight and start applying this right to the stellate as we speak. So I'm gonna go to the facsimile of this Murray and Patastella. And I know a lot of people will be at a disadvantage. I know, but I just want to just probably maybe lead. So let's go to the beginning. Now we in action. Training wheels fully off. You damn near could be at the museum, but trust me, if I put the real stele up there, everybody just gonna start crying. Watch. Let me show you. Let me just see. Look, we gotta do it like this, and we be having to like, no, not we be. They scholars who do the real work on this, they be having to figure it isn't this now. Let me show you. What if we just was dealing with this? Now we can rock this. Me and the homies rock these all the time. But this is, I mean, I could rock this off the top right now. Nothing. This is the Lord of the Two Lands. Feel me? This I could probably see. You can't be seeing shit. Oh, excuse my language. But this is by in Mariaman. Feel me? That's not what we trying to do. We about to go get the facsimile, and then we're gonna take our little elementary knowledge of grammar constructs, and we're gonna see if we can peep any game though. Or we can notice anything. Now it looked like more scribble scrabbly. We ain't gonna trip off that. This is just how if you start to read these texts, these little scribble scrabbles that you think you see, I'm gonna make them not look like scribble scrabble. No. Watch this. Whenever it start, a lot of texts gonna start like this. It depends on the category you in. And I don't have the proper name of this category. I would say coronation text, steles, historical events that concern the king. They always start with this word that I'm about to mess up. You want to know why I'm about to mess it up? Is because it's two of them. And I always say rimpet, and that's an error. Rimpet just means a year. But a rimpet is this, that is the glyph, but that ain't what you say when you see this. You say has set or something like that. Put it up there. Who read the glyphs? It's like has set, but I can tell you what it means. It means a regnal year, a year of the king's reign. Now, in regnal year, what? Now, counting is counting. Counting ain't changed since you was a kid. I mean, since the ancient Egyptians was kids. So they're counting here. Numbers, symbols that identify numbers, right, have changed. But the single stroke is always a single stroke. And I ain't never seen a language where a single stroke represents more than one unit. So here, right here, this single, you can teach me which one it does. Even in Roman numerals, you got one stroke that's just one. It was like that. So this is 5. It's in regnal year 5. But this means something. This means the month. I bet. So what month is it in? See how easy this should get? If you really, I mean, think about it. When somebody knew it and they was in ancient Egypt and they wanted like the sun to know it, they probably spent a year with them, and at the end of the year, the sun would know it if they were speaking it. But this is month 3. So this is in regnal year 5, I bet Kemet, or I bet 3, right? And next we got a word that is going to tell us the season. So first is the year, the month, and then the season. And it's always going to be like that. And this season is summertime. But the way you say it is Shemu. Shemu. So this is Shemu. All right, now, but let's see if we ever start getting, so I had to get through that part to help y'all. But then there's something else. This is something to pay attention to. This is Heru 3. Or you can say Heru 3, which is the 3rd day. So they tell you exactly when it happened. Oh, I can make it bigger. Every time I look at the monitor and see it being hella little, I apologize. I can make this shit gigantic. Dude. Now, that's what we're dealing with. So this is in regnal. I wouldn't say Rimpet. Nobody wrote what it was. You're supposed to say like well, I got a dictionary right here. So I'm gonna put regnal year. No, it's not the regnal year. That's why I mess up. Watch this. Regnal. I'm just putting regnal. Oh, Hesbet. See, I wasn't wrong. I said hot set. It's hot set. So look at the difference. Renpet is a year, not a year of the reign of the king. A year of the reign of the king, which looks just like it, see, is hot set. Okay? A regnal year. So my monitor over here, one of them like one of them was smaller, one of them was like a 40. Just for a computer monitor, it's like a 40 inch is perfect for me. When I'm looking straight, which is to me, I get but the broadcaster's on that monitor. So I kind of can see what y'all see. And when I look to do the homework, I got a smaller monitor. But it's big enough for me. Let me see. So that's when that occurred. But then they wasn't finished telling us when it occurred. Because this is Heru 3. Heru is a day. And if you don't want to say Heru, is another word you could say for the day. Like Su 3. So look, I could put Su right here in the dictionary. It's also going to pop up and say a day and have the same glyph. Su, well, let's see. Day. See? So you see how that, but a lot of people won't say Su. They're going to say this one. HRW for day. And if I put DAY, let's see if it pop up. See, this Heru day is also a day. See the same thing? See the same glyph? But they spelled it out here. So what we see right here is just a circle, and we know what we're dealing with because we read these type of document. So now the talk is starting right here for what we're looking at. Finally, at the beginning of the text, you can apply your newfound ancient Egyptian knowledge. Well, let's go. We just was talking about all this stuff. Let me break it down. Do I need to? So I don't really know what you want to call the word under. That's an adjective, huh? I guess that's an adjective. It's describing something. So that's what this first word is. Let me find out in the dictionary. So you're going to put an X and an R, right? And that's going to say core. Core, but we need core by itself. And it's going to say under. We don't want the with, we want under. In the presence of works. Right? And what is this? Dang, you don't tell me the word class. That would be a preposition. But all in one. Those aren't the cores you're looking for. So I'm going to say in the presence of, just to not be going through the dictionary, because it works. Core right here. In the presence of who? Now we're going to start. I wanted to talk about the grammar. So let's just say, how about when? Let's use this as a preposition. This isn't in the presence of His Majesty. Because they're telling you something that occurred. So it happened on this day, and then they say when next. Want me to prove it? For also means when. So when we're in this dictionary, you're going to see it say when one time. Watch. You got to know. This is core being. So you just want to see core by itself. It could mean an enemy. It could mean though. But watch it mean when. Man, tell me they ain't going to say when. Let's go back. With, near, under. That was the under one I was looking for. I want to see when. Because you got to know all the different use cases of a term, and it take a long time. And, oh man, they trying to tell me core ain't when. What am I thinking of wrong? Oh, no, I must be thinking of effect. Let me go back. With, near, by, under a king, or by the agency of. I don't want to say when. Although, moreover, whereas, but, now, however, and besides. Yeah, he said kafet is when. That's what I thought of. I messed it up. So with, but we use it under, because next you see this him right here, and that him means majesty. This means majesty. So this is a noun. You don't say His Majesty. If it's under the majesty, remember what we was just talking about? Majesty is the first noun we just encountered. You see this wavy line? There go your wavy line from the lesson. From this, look. Right, oh, this is still that. There go the wavy line from when we was looking at the book, and he was telling us the different ways we will see him. But now we're seeing it pop up in a real text. But let's go back. Since I brought you to the book, you can use this knowledge. Singular, masculine, right? Ni, and this is what? Letting you know that it's in a part of an indirect genitive. So I'm going to let you read it so you can get the answers out the back of the book. Look, here we go right here. Preposition, it says, particular case it must be taken for the masculine singular ni, since it's indistinguishable for two or four. But, so right here, it's indistinguishable from two or four, that in, but I'm gonna highlight it in yellow, but you know it's a ni. It's a genitival adjective. So now you got this noun, now you got the genitival adjective. So this single stroke goes with the noun. This right here, part of this. This is all a word. And the word is him, and the single stroke just let you know they're really talking about majesty. Right now, if this is a genitive or adjective, ni, he told us what this is. Don't say to. You can say of, but it really means belonging to. Thank you. He put belonging to in the chat. Shout out to you. So now this is the majesty belonging to who? A lot of people won't get this one because this ain't that easy. Because I told you we went from the training wheels, then we went straight to wiki, and we pulled something that's really scholastic, and it's not for us learning. This is really the facsimile that the Egyptologist traced when he found the text. So it don't got all the training wheels. But this is Horus. This bird is Horus, Heru. Now here's the thing. I don't know whether or not because see, this is Ra with a snake. Now let me talk about why I'm having a problem here. And now I just checked myself, but I'm gonna explain all of that just happened in my head. See, this is Horus right here, I'm gonna say, right? Why? Because it's under the majesty belonging to some bird. All right? Ain't no other, well, it ain't gonna be, this ain't Moot. This is Horus. Now we see Ra behind Horus with a snake, Wajet or Uraeus, whatever, hanging from him. The question I asked myself was, and then I think I corrected myself and said no, was this Ra Horakti? It very well could be. But normally, if Horus and Ra is in the form together as Ra Horakti, Horus, I mean, the sun would be on the head of Horus. Maybe, or am I wrong? But this is just Horus. So it happened under the majesty belonging to Horus. Now you see what? Naked after that. Well, you see Ka. So let me not say naked. So this is Horus the bull. Horus the bull. Right? And the way they say this bull is Ka, but this ain't really Ka. This is naked, dog. I wouldn't say this is Ka because they're talking about the mic. So let me prove it. When we go to the dictionary, I'm not going to put Ka, which is the normal way we put a bull. I'm going to put an N, an X, and a T. It is because that bull represents power. Damn, why they only had a few entries for that? I got to put a lowercase x. All right, I told you. So look. See this arm? Now I'm going to take you back to the text. See this arm under the bull? That's how I know they talking about the power of the bull right now. Because look, it say strong, and the word is naked. See, NKN. But watch this. One of these is going to have a bull without nothing else. If it don't, then I'm not going to call it naked. Because you can just say Ka for the bull and just know it's the mighty bull. You still can say Ka naked. But look, strong, mighty, victorious. But we don't got it with just a bull. So therefore, if I don't see it with just a bull, I'm going to say Ka naked. Naked. Oh, here we go. Told you, bro. Oh, but I'm right. Look. It say Ka naked. Ka naked. Ka naked. I'm 100% right. See the bull with the arm under him? But I just was going to say naked at first. And not say the Ka part. But let's go back to the text. This is Ka naked. We all seen that. Right? So, but I want to stop because I'm going too far and it's past the lesson that we just learned today. The lesson we just learned earlier was all contained so far in this part. If somebody could say what this construct, grammatical construct, is called, I would smoke another joint. I know somebody was shocked to hear me say that. I was trying to get that shock value up out of you, though. I definitely wasn't serious. I'm gonna do that anyway. But this is a indirect genitive, dude. This the whole show. I should put indirect genitive in the title of the show. Possession. It is the majesty belonging to Horus. And then they're going to start describing Horus. Now, see, we just worked that out, but y'all forgot. We started from here. And we really dealing with this. You feel me? So it's not easy or nothing, but now it's not. This thing has been translated 1,000 times over. So whenever we had a hiccup, we could just go see what it do. So what I'm going to do is take a larger snip. What's up with Babylon? We was working on some grammar just out the blue today. I'm going to take a larger snip. And we're not going to be trying to read. We're going to try to identify the grammar. See if we can find two nouns up against each other or nouns separated by genitive or adjective. We're not looking for nothing else. So we identified this one. I'm going to go a little faster. And trust me, when we start reading on this practice, it give you one up on the normal people who read. Because they don't see everything like you see it. Like I could continue this because this is the adjective on this genitive. Oh, I'm gonna say too much. So this construct of possession, this adjective of power, the might is of Horus. So you gotta say under the majesty of Horus, the mighty bull. Feel me? Then you got this other word here, and you know this word that we're starting on right here. Oh man, I don't want to put that color. The word we starting on right here. Damn, why the color ain't changing? Okay. This word right here is simply a word for praise. So how you would find this in the ancient Egyptian dictionary is you're gonna put an H, an A, and an I. Maybe. Probably can find it with an H and an A. I think they should both be capital. I could be. I just found it. I was gonna say don't. But then here you go right here. Hold on, I just found it. 3 clicks before. Well, I just seen it. There you go. Told you. But this is the wrong one. This means to mourn. When you raise your two arms up, it means to exalt. So you need to put the I behind it. See this one? With the I behind it. Now it says to screech. That's not what you're thinking. Notice they said the screech of a falcon. Let me show you. I'm going to keep finding it. It's going to be H-A-I, and it's going to be to exalt or to raise or some joy or something. Damn, am I wrong again? I mean, we right because we found it. But I don't want nobody to say the wrong word right there. So let me see. Forget it. Everybody know. Let me say, I don't want to say joy. Last time I said joy. You're going to see the arms again. But I know you're not talking about joy. See the arms again? But I know they're not talking about joy on the Stella. It is like rejoice. It is exalting. I'm going to put exalt. E-X-A-U-L-T. Watch this. It's going to be the same. I spelled it wrong. How do you spell exalt? Thought that was spelled right. Man, that's spelled right. Golly. So why they popping up in the dictionary? They acting funny, man. Anyway, you might have to trust me on that one. It's something about praise. Now, next we got Ma'at. So I definitely know that's praise. Or exalted in my eye. He's exalted. He's raised up in my eye. See the M and the Ma'at over here, and then you see the goddess Ma'at. Damn, it's winter time, bro. You can't be having that window open. I'm about to sneeze all night. All right, I gotta play a banger, go blow my nose, dude. Real. Is it too late? I ain't gonna play a banger, I'm gonna play a knowledge video. God darn. I had that window open, now I just was getting like a little breeze. Make me want to sneeze. I got some good knowledge videos to play for y'all in the intermission. I got some that you wouldn't even think I got, boy. Let me play this. I love this old video from the 70s. I might get stuck watching it the rest of the night if we play it. Hold up, though. Every time I do that, I'll be like, where that video go? I'm just playing anything. I'll be back. I'm still here. I look frozen, but that's what happened with my hard drive. When my hard drive is waking up. Let's let this video wake up, and then I'll snap out of it. There you go.
Egypt has always traditionally been given prominence as the height of ancient culture. Nubia is now coming into its own and is being understood to be of equal importance. It is different from ancient Egypt, but it is equally important and not just an adjunct to this Egyptian culture. What archaeologists do when they pull material from the ground or when they translate texts, they bring their own cultural baggage to that interpretation and the baggage of the times that they live in. And so it's imperative that we go back and continually reassess the things that we take as facts. Many of the early archaeologists came to the study of ancient Egypt and ancient Nubia from the perspective of Semitic languages or the study of the Hebrew Bible. And it was very important to them to bring Egypt specifically into the sphere of biblical studies. And so they had to carve Egypt away from Africa to bring it into that sphere. And the way that they did that was they used race. So these early archaeologists effectively made ancient Egypt white in the sense that they made it part of a dominant Western culture, and ancient Nubia was separated from that. It was black. And this was how they took Egypt out of Africa and put it into this Semitic sphere, this biblical sphere. And it's only in recent decades, the last 3-4 decades, that Egyptology has really moved away from that. And scholars who are studying Nubia are really given the chance to give a voice to this Nubian material that it wasn't given much of a chance to have in the past. Someone asks me, what was the ancient Egyptians' view of X? I immediately think of a two-pronged view, because the ancient Egyptians had an official view of many things, and this is the view that would be put up on the walls of temples and on the walls of the tombs of the elites. That was an official, let's say, state-sanctioned view. That
Hold up. I know that text you talking about, you talking about Kawa 5, boy. You know I do this, boy. And I keep telling people that, man. I wrote an article on that, and cats just ignored it. Tahar can never say he from Kush. I don't even trip off that. That's for the archers, bro. We archers. That's why you found that, because he wanted you to know that. He ain't never say he's from no Kush. They was all talking about Tasseti, bro. But they elders who came from Kush earlier was claiming Kush. Kashta, Bianchi. And then to hearken them with some young ones, bro. They was like hanging out with the shooters. He say I was with the shooters in Tasseti, but I'm gonna let her continue. Shout out to BC Suno for finding that. Can we start back up?
Nope.
For little to no resemblance to what people actually may have thought. It was the official view. So when you look at Nubia as depicted on the walls of temples in Egypt, you will see Nubians being crushed under the chariot wheels of the king. You will see Nubians being dragged back to Egypt enslaved. What we see on the ground in terms of archaeological evidence is quite different. We see people who had Nubian names, people who were using Nubian material culture, living within Egypt, working in Egypt, marrying people with Egyptian names. So something quite different from the very intense militaristic scenes that you see in temples. When George Reisner excavated Kerma, he found the statue, a large, beautiful statue of Senui, and also a statue partially destroyed of Jaffa Happy, her husband. It was a very large tomb, and with size in Egypt and in Nubia, we tend to assume ruler or someone very important, which usually translates to ruler. We now understand, yes, this was a ruler's tomb. It is a completely different time period than Jaffa Happy and Senui lived in, much later. We understand it to be a local ruler, so it was a Kerman official who, for reasons we can guess at, brought or had these two statues brought to Kerma and put in his tomb. It could have been an appropriation of Egyptian culture in general, just to show that, yes, I can own these things that are Egyptian wonderful works of art. Because what we're saying, if you read between the lines, is whoever owns these statues is a powerful person. And that means this art has power.
Greetings, everyone.
And that's a good interview he does with her too. But we was all in the middle of the doing nothing. Let me see. To find some more of those type of constructs. We can continue because now it just says what? Exalted. I say exalted under my eye. Exalted in my eye. See, this M on top of my eye ain't part of her name. Her name right here. So that's a preposition. Exalted in my eye. Then we see what? Lord of the Two Lands, the Nisu Biddy. Nisu Biddy. Nisu Biddy. Right, then we see what? Oh, I can make it bigger. Or can't. Can I? Don't get no bigger. All right, cool. Nisu Biddy. Then it say his name. I ain't really tripping off reading his name. It's not hard, but you got to start right here. Ba. Of course, I know people ask me why. It's honorific transposition. Ba in Ra. Now that's a indirect genitive in his. That's a indirect genitive in his name. Ba in Ra. And on the homework, if this was homework, this the part people would have messed up. Because you would have, if I would have said how many indirect genitives are on the first line, people would have missed this one. Ba in Ra. Ba is the spirit. In is a genitive or adjective belonging to. Ba in Ra, the spirit of Ra. Then we got over here Mary Amen, right on this side. Mary, they're going to Marho. Look that up on Google, just put Marho. And Amen, Mary Amen. So his name was Ba in Ra, Mary Amen, the Sa Ra, son of Ra. This name ain't that easy because it's all over the place. But when I tried to do it by myself and then I tried to check it by what they had on the wiki, I got close. But they got this stuff moved all around and it don't make sense with how they built the first name. Because this name, we know this is Murray and Patah, right? Now, let me show you. I'm just going to show you something. Here go Murray, and here go Patah. Let me show you. So his name is but his name ain't Mur Patah. It's Mur M Patah. Let me show you where the N is at. Right over here. Now, the rest of the name, we got Hotep, Hair. We got Hetep Hair Ma'at. Hetep Hair Ma'at, right? Look. Hetep, and then the hair, the Ma'at. So, I should color code this better. I'm going to do it the way it's supposed to be read. Look. It's supposed to go. His name is Murray, N. No, that. Hold on. Murray and Patah. Yeah, Murray and Patah. Here go Patah. So that's Murray and Patah. Now that's weird that they wrote the name up there like that. I gotta undo that. That's Patah. Now we got. I gotta go turn on the heater. Hetep Hair Ma'at. Let's go look up his name. Watch this. From the text we got it from, right? Back up. And then you go look what they say. Hold on. You gotta just go to Murray and Patah, not the Murray and Patah Stella. See his name written. Man, where his name's at? Oh, here we go. Ba in Ra. They say Mary Necharu. Nah, they really messed that up. That don't even make no sense. If you called him Mary Necharu, then why is you calling him Murray and Patah? Nah, it don't say Mary Necharu. Let me show you why they saying that. Because it got two Netchers in there. Man, I hate when they do that type of stuff, though. If his name was Mary Necharu, it would be no... Look. That's not Patah. That's Amen. That's not Patah. That's Ra. So where would you be getting... These two gods make what they call Necharu. One of them is Patah. So if his name was Mary Necharu, it could never be Murray and Patah. That's so dumb. Wiki be stupid. The people on Wiki know stuff, but they ain't like, I don't know everything. You can clearly see right on their page they contradict themselves. It's called the Murray and Patah Stella, but then when they read his name, they say it's Murray Necharu. That's because they see two deities in here and they didn't know which ones these was, bro. So they just called them Necharu instead of identifying them. Anyway, we can continue, but we don't really need to. Because all we was trying to do was identify. This means to make somebody great. What's this arm about? Oh, sa'a'a. This is a whole word. To make great, right? Then this next word. Oh, I should be on the screen. This next word is like just might or power. It's power. So it's funny, this word is like a word we say today, but it don't mean power today. This word is petty. That's what the word is, petty. If I come to the dictionary, I put a P, a T, and a Y. You'll see that. Whoa, what I gotta put? A P-H-T-Y. P-H-T-Y. Petty. See that strength? But they showing you with the hindquarters of the lion. They also can show you with the head of the lion. They will eventually. See, the two heads of the lions, physical strength, and the word petty, petty, petty. And then go look at this. See them two lions right there? And the T and the Y, petty. So next you got this word, a S and a Q, sec. I don't really remember what, but it's telling me what it means right here. Look, see? So maybe this is the word that means to exalt. We about to look it up. SQ, sec. I think it means to exalt. No, hell no, I don't mean that. SQ, what does it mean? Gather, the high ground, the peak or the highest point. All right. Sec. That was the word. Y'all seen the exact glyphs. Look at them exactly. But you got to see the man with his arms up. So it means high ground, the peak or the highest point. So that's this word, sec. Now, the word after that is cold because it's Kapresh. But sec, Kapresh, the highest point of what? Kapresh is a sickle. But it also means something else. This word. Fresh. It got the arm under it and he holding the mic thing. See, this means power. This is a different type of a power. And it's not the high ground. This is just like I said, exalted. Because it ain't like strength, high ground, power. So when I put this word compression there, we got to see it with this arm. And watch this. XPS. Should it be a capital X? Maybe. XPS with a capital X. Why that ain't popping up? Suppress. Oh, it got to be a capital S. XP capital S. XP capital S. See, there it go. See that leg right there? But we got to find it by itself. See, that's a compress being a sword. What's they saying? The might of the sword? Or the might of the sword? Hold on. Power. See, it's just going to keep giving us power. So they're going to say the strength and power. Strength and power. See? This N is a preposition. But we reading in a different time period, so you wouldn't have knew that. This is the same preposition N that we was looking at. This is this would have really got you. Because this is the second thing we're looking for. So I got to go back to the purple color. Now, I want to know how far I'm going to go out of this. What is power? Is that a thing? Is power a noun or is that a description? You know what I'm saying? Because it says, he made great the power, the strength, and exalted the power, made great the strength and raised the power belonging to Horus, see? The bull. But if we talk about the grammar, we got a power belonging to. So this N right here is a knee. It's not an N. Knee. I gotta put it in yellow. My color code is off. This N, what the heck? This N is not an N, it's a knee. A genitive adjective of possession. So then, this power, but this is the strength and exalted the power. Power is a thing, dog. It has to be because they're using it as a noun right now. Let's go back and look. Depressed. Noun, I told you. Noun. See, that's why knowing the grammar works. So if this is this right here, compress, power belonging to who? Horus or Ra Harakti, but I think this is Horus. And this Horus who? The bull. Horus Karnakit, the mighty bull. Now, what is he going to do? You can almost see what he's going to do, bro. You see this man with this stick? He's going to strike him, dog. Golly. So this word is to strike. I'm doing the dog golly because I'm laughing. I really know everybody don't know this stuff. But look at that man hitting the H. It's an H right here. He's hitting it. You're going to see it better when I show you in the dictionary. So to look this up, you probably will put a lowercase h and an I. That don't sound right. To strike. A capital H and an I? Nope, that ain't it either. Maybe a capital H and a not a J. To hit, to strike. H-A. So I'm gonna put strike, right? I think I might be there because I seen a man falling over. I just need to see the man with the stick. The strike is an H word. And I'm trying to remember which H word it is. If I can see the man with the stick, then I know. Oh, no. So who remember? I'm gonna put strike. S-T-R-I-K-E. I hate putting the English because it don't really help me. It does, but it don't. Somebody put it in the chat. I know y'all know the glyph. What's the word for strike? It starts with an H. Did I just see it? I was right. H-A-A. They got two A's. H-A-A. I just seen it, but I want to show y'all. It might be another rendition with that same H. Here we go. Wow. H-W-I. All right, I knew it was an H word. So it's hooey. So I'm going to remember that by thinking, hi, y'all. Hooey. Aww. Then I'll remember. Nah, seriously, I'm going to remember, man. We got the hooey. See, he hitting the H. This means to get hands put on. It means beat, strike, smite. See, he doing that in the text. Dang, I wish I could make this bigger. It's big on Facebook for the people watching on Facebook. And then we have, who is he going to strike? Everybody. If you read intermediate glyphs, you know who he's going to. Right here. The 9 bows, the enemies of Egypt. And now, this is going to be hard for me. Let me show you why. Because they have a shin nu. Oh, I just answered my question. They got a shinu right here. This is the circle that you normally put the king's name in. But it's being used phonetically. So I'm going to say D Shinef. That don't make no sense. So check this out. When I get stuck like this, let me show you what I gotta do. And this is what you have to do sometimes too. Identify what you do know. This means to give, right? That means to give. Now I clearly see the word after that is eternity. This is eternity. And then the word after that is forever. Forever. So now I can see what it kind of say in the part that I don't know. Because I definitely know what I'm working with. And this gotta be a FN type of word. Because this ain't a knee. Remember? Because this, I'm gonna show you what I think it is and we're gonna find it. Yeah, I know I was thinking to give his name, right? But I didn't want to just spoil it, right? Because that don't say Ren. And so I wanted to go through a process of doing it. So the first thing I would have did was took this Shinu word F Because I can't say Ren on this. Let me put Ren in the dictionary. Maybe I can learn right now. RN. Might just be another way to say a name. See, it say list of names. But when you see names, you normally see this. Right? That means name. This is his name. Oh, you know what? This is what happened. I can tell what happened. It was this glyph, and he wrote this glyph. See? It be little stuff like that. This was an R, bruh. This was an R. Oh, no, because it would have had to say Ren F. I'm wrong. No, I'm still wrong, so let me keep looking in the dictionary. It would have had to say, the N would have had to be under that. See, the N is above the F. And when I look back on R's, it's below the F, so that's wrong. So what we're looking for through the dictionary to see if there's a version of the name Ren that starts with that has that shin glyph. You probably know it's is or a better, faster way to. Yep, I just seen it. I just seen it. There you go. Look. So just to qualify, you are right, Immortal Dragon, and it's what we presume. But I don't like to say stuff and be wrong. I mean, I don't mind, but so you are right. That is Ren, his name. So when we come back here, now we know it's hella easy. Now, we gotta go. Yeah, I'm up. I'm about to do like a 4 hours probably. I ain't had nothing else to do. I was gonna go play a video game if I wasn't doing this. So I think I'll be getting more from this. Tomorrow it's raining. I'm waiting on packages. Do computer work. Chilling. So his name is right here. Name, and then here go the pronoun for his. Oops. His. And then here we have belonging to. This is the genitive or adjective. So then I gotta erase all that. You know why? Because this is what we're trying to identify. Grammar parts, and this is what we was looking for. Name is a noun. His name is still part of that. That's still the first noun. Now here's the ni, genitive or adjective. And then it says forever and ever, basically, after that. For eternity and forever. This being eternity, that's a thing. So if the name is a thing and eternity is a thing, those are both nouns. That means that this is the second or third indirect adjective we noticed on this first line. So that we know that his name should belong to eternity, see? Give his name to eternity. Oh, wait, hold on. Because I wouldn't say, some would just say his name, give his name to eternity forever. Nah, they don't really want to live that. They want to make his name live. I don't know when they started giving it to, but whatever. And this jet word, jet, this is your forever. DJT, put this in here, DJT. So you put a capital D and a T, it should say forever. It should say forever. In perpetuity, isn't that forever? Yes, eternally, isn't that forever? All right, cool. In perpetuity, people didn't even know in perpetuity was forever when we used to sign hip-hop contracts. They didn't even just write the simple word forever. They put the word in perpetuity because they know you can't read. All right, here we go. Now we're talking about a statement or a command. This is causing somebody to say something right here. Right? Because we got the word jet right here, but oh, this is a good one. Because this is a jetet. This is almost to take you to, damn, this is really good. This is gonna make you go to the grammar book. Because this is the type of stuff they say you don't see. This is the verb jed, to speak, but it's in a different form with a T. Hope does say you see it, but not as much. But it also has, look, a causative S on top. So if Jed means to speak, I remember this, bruh, from hella years ago. I bugged out one night when I read this. I'm about to hit the joint now. Y'all gonna get mad at me. All the people who disrespect, what make a man just do what he gotta do, y'all gonna be mad at me for hitting this. But I don't give a fuck. But hey, check this out. When I was translating this about 5 years ago, this came to me like Master P. Let me show you. Now, this causative S, it is to cause the action of the verb, right? Let me make it skinnier. This one. Let me make it skinnier. It's to cause the action of the verb, right? The verb being to speak. So we don't have to be all complicated. This is to cause to speak, to make somebody say something. Now, this is still part of the word because the verb category isn't just speaking. They put a T on it. Remember, you could take the T and make it into one who speaks. Now they put a man there to let us really know that they talking about one who speaks. See? So now it causes one to say. Now, when I seen this, I went crazy with my Master P. Because this says nah, nay. And I just remember, this says make him say nay. But nay is like these or this or something. I'm going to remember what it is because this is a different time period. And they started using nay for a different word they used to use. It's like, it's something possessive or demonstrative. But while I kept talking about that, it was like, you don't remember Master P's song said that? I'm going to make him say, Now people mad. Look, bruh. How you spell U-N-N-N-N? Then he said, na. And when I was translating this, I was like, I'm going to make him say, this is what this, all right, you ain't liking that. Hey, this is what part this was making it say to me. But it says, it causes one to say, nay F, right? Nay F. Now I got to look up nay, because I forgot nay. Because this is from the 19th dynasty, and they starting to talk New Egyptian. It's just going to be this or these or something, bro. One of them type of things. But I don't know why I would have said, here's these. That don't make no sense. And every nay I'm putting in the dictionary is front note. So I got to start with the nah. What's going on? Oh, I'm putting a capital N. I'm tripping. I'm happy tripping. These. Didn't I say I meant these? But look. Nay F is his. Let's come back to the text. See this nay F? So look, I'm going to do the whole nay F. There go the water ripples, the bird, and the 2 reed leaves. Come back to the dictionary. Water ripple, bird, 2 reed leaves. You see the F? The F is a suffix, so this means his. Right? So this means his. So remember I said it make him say? It causes one to say his is what? Say his. Oh, okay. It's back to his power. Man, these dudes just be talking about their stuff. Naked. It's the same word, naked. His power. it causes them to say his power. No. This is victory. It could be power, but now since they use naked different up here, when you use naked like this, his victory in. Where was his victory in? I would say the 2 lands, but they got 3 of them. So it's all the lands. See, this is all the lands. So let me show you. These 3 represent plural lands. And then the adjective all is behind it. Right here. So I got plurality under this bow. So his victories in all the lands. Now we got an RD, but this is good too. Because this verb is not in the give. You don't just say give when you see this. Let me show you why. Because this is what we know for giving. This R and this D, RD, right? But you see an A and a T after that. This is part of the D hand that you normally see. The loaf of bread would sometimes be in the hand. So then you see this T here. We notice still the same word in a different verb class. I mean, it's in a different form. So like saying run or running or runner. Those are verbs in different forms. I mean, runner ain't a verb. It took the verb and turned it into a noun. One who runs. Feel me? Well, that's what's happening here, and that's exactly what's happening. So when you see this T on the word give, it's safe to say that they put an entity inside of the verb. So then if there's an implied entity in this verb, this isn't, it's like a giver or one who gives. So if this says, it causes them to say his victories in all the lands, one who gives. See, now next you see what? I thought you seen my aunt next. But they start spelling something different. This is the beginning to the word. Oh, hold on. Maybe this is my aunt and they put the T over there. Because this is a T, but no, that's way out of place. The T should never be over here if this is for the word my aunt. Oh yeah, this is for that T might be there for the word my aunt, bro. And the understand might have, but then then it was still, this still means to give. But if it said causing them to say his victory in the 2 lands, you can't say giving my aunt. Because this ain't gonna work. I'm telling you. This is why I had to put the T there. Let me show y'all. It's just from my knowledge of the glyphs. Watch this. Let me erase it. If I don't put the T with this word, it don't make no sense. This don't make no sense. So maybe you continue. My M. No, this is what I'm saying. My M. No. All the error. I'm telling you, bro, that's wrong. So this is what you gotta do. You gotta say that when I thought about this being in this form, one who gives, nope. That T is left over from this. Now look what we gotta do. Now I'm gonna show you what's even harder. When you think that the scholar messed up, this when the real hard shit start. Now I gotta go check it out and see what happened. Feel me? Why you got that T there like that? Now it's gonna get extra. This be the hardest. Oh my God. I can't even see nothing with my scrabble eyes. And it's gonna be going from this way to that way. All right, so hold on. I see the regnal year and all that stuff. Was it after his name on the second line? Let's go look. Because this is what I love to do. Not after his name, it's at the very beginning of the second line. Right? So this is around here. Because this is the bird of it. Hold on, there go the bird of it, but I gotta go look. I'm in the facsimile. All right, so it's like 1, 2, 3, 4 groups. It's 4 groups. So that's the first group. Feel me? Second. Man, I'll never see this. And this is the problem. That's what I'm talking about. I think I know somebody who got a really good picture of this, but I'm stuck on the facsimile. So we just gotta do. What I know is, unless y'all know the vocabulary better than me, and you know an ancient Egyptian word that starts with MA, doesn't complete like this. But why would I think this is my aunt? This is normally the way to start spelling her name, but they don't put. Oh, hell no. It's an I right here, too. Look at. They don't put no deity after this. So maybe I'm wrong thinking it's my eye. It ain't got nothing to do with my eye. My eye means to see, but this eye, nah, man, I'm getting lost. So now let me show you what you have to do. I'm going to do my other instances. So I'm going to take it that I'm right up until this point. We got an M-A-A, which could mean to see, but there's an M after it. And this I shouldn't be here. You go to the land, all land. So something about all land, seeing all land. Hold on. In creating. No, this ain't creating. So this is what I have to do. Go to the dictionary. First, I'm going to try M-A-A, and you're going to see it means to see. M-A-A. And it's going to look just like that, too. Right? Now, why did I put 2 lowercase a's? One of the a's have to be capital. See that? So this is the sickle thing we're looking at. Let me show you. See that? That got the M-A sound already, but this is an A sound. That bird. So it's like M-A-A. You see M-A-A, but you see the bird here and the thing. Now we don't need these. Maybe it's saying real, but it's going to come to something about vision. That's how we get what the truth is from things we observe. Did you already say what it is? How like I got to find him? True or right? You mean true? We want to see it. So what I want to see is, isn't a word like this with an M after it? Nope, I told you. So it ain't no word like this with the M after it. Therefore, that M that follows it is a preposition. So then that this word is going to be in what? Something about vision, because it's got an I right behind it. But that don't make sense. It shouldn't be like that. Shouldn't be. But we looking at a facsimile that a scholar carved. It ain't really the original. And I'm not discrediting him. So you see, this my eye is made of some of the same components. That's why I was like, is that my eye? And they just left the T over to the left too much. G3, it spells it out, he said. Hold on. Let's see. I ain't tripping, man. Let me go back and look. Sometimes I forget what you're looking for. Make it bigger. Are we looking for this over here? Where do we live? We looking for this. Hold on, let me uncolor code. Now, real. So it says he's given a real. What? This makes sense. How about somebody open up a translation to the Mern Patah Stela? You don't even need to know the glyphs. Someplace on the second line is going to be saying something about giving something to unite. I mean, to the Making me lost. This when it get fun, though. You feel me? All right, so I'm just going off what I know, and I'm gonna go forward. The I right there throwing me off because there's a word closely related to this that means to see. And so this ain't Osiris, so this I would mean to do or to make or to create. Oh, this is a different I. Guess what I that is, y'all? That's not Osiris. Watch this. I'm gonna put an R and an M and watch what happens. We're gonna start to see an I. Man, come on, man. They want to make me go to sleep. How do you pull that I up? I think it's RM. It gotta be RMI. RMI. Man, how do you pull that other I up? RMI. Told you. There you go. Told you. Man, I know my brain don't be doing me that wrong. RMI pulled up that other I. Now, this ain't the same I. It got some more stuff on it. See, you gotta know there's a difference between these eyes. You think that's the Osiris eye. This ain't the Osiris eye. This is about crying, weeping, and complaining. This is the eye that Rock cried from to make man. But I'm lost at this point, and this is when it gets a little bit more. So what I would do right now is just leave blank what I have an error at, pick up where I can continue reading. When they talk about the land right here, all the land, and it's like united, I guess, right? United or DMD. DMD means to unite, right? DMD. DMD. Man, oh man, everything happening right. DMDT. Let me see. There go the DMD, okay. I knew I wasn't wrong with oh, it's DM capital D. DM capital D. Now let's see what this means. To associate, to accumulate. I mean to join somebody, yeah, to unite. I thought it meant to unite. They brought it together, people, to reassemble people. So that's what this means right here, DMD. Okay. That's this whole word. So what? So he got the land, all lands united. That's what this say. Okay. So something about this part I'm missing, but whatever happened from this, all the lands united. Then this is our word about giving something. Yeah, this is Erdi, and it got the T on it, so that corroborates the first one we seen. Look over here. See this R, this D, and this T? I knew the T was part of that word. You just came across another one. The T is on that word. So this is one who gives whatever this is in creating with all lands. No, it can't be created. This is vision. I don't know. To see all lands unite, one who gives whatever this is. Now this is that other eye. Look at that other eye. This is the eye we was just looking at. This is throwing me off, but it's Rim to Nefer. I can read it. Rim to Nefer M Naif. What does that mean? The rim eye throw me off. And two could be simply be. All right, we got to do this. Two could mean one. What is this eye doing? That's that other eye, y'all. Tell me in the glyphs. Just trying to look it up. RMI. Not that eye. It's not other eye. We got an eyelash on. So let me go look. If the eye is D4, it might be D5. D5. See what D5 is. That's one of the eyes. Okay, maybe D6. We're gonna find it. It's probably gonna be D6 or D. Oh, it's D6. All right, so now I gotta see what D6 is tripping on. It's in 240. Man, it's in way too many words. Oh, CRS, to be watchful. To be vigilant, to be awake, to be woke. Watchful, vigilant. Keep watching, to be vigilant. Yeah, I'm kind of getting that from this. I knew this was a different eye. To be woke. Awake, says. All right, so that's the woke eye. But now it's also there for sleep, too. So let me go back to the word now. What? Gotta mean something else. Because I gotta put this D6, I gotta find it with a 2 after it. One awakens. Oh, that could say one awakens. Oh, one awakens. Oh, one awakens. Wait, give one. Nah, bro. You gonna say he can't read that shit. This is one who gives, one awakens beautifully by him. By his what? Kin, by his kin. This is some destruction. So this don't make no sense. All right, it's getting late. It's almost 4 hours of the stream. I hate falling off at a place where I don't know what to say. So I would persist to keep going probably when I stop streaming. But I think this is like a rim 2. I'm looking for the chat. Oh, they're going to Pool. Rest 2. Shout out to Pool. You're going to keep the stream going. Yeah, it is one awakes. I thought it was that too. And I just looked at you, said that over there. One awakes. Okay, we can keep it popping. I was like gonna get stuck. But I got stuck at this though too though. This is kind of crazy too. Shout out to Pool, because now you got me juiced that you hear that I can continue. So yeah, I do see. So this is why we both came to the conclusion that it says one awakes. Keep game, y'all. This is the one right here. Now, when you got an eye, notice that these eyes got different brows on them. Look at this eye down here. Look at that eye right here. And look at this eye. And all we was doing, I was going through which eye is this, right? Yeah, I thought it was the C2, but it got another M before the determinative. Pool, check it out. It got this M before this determinative I with this I right here. That don't make no sense. Feel me? That was the first thing I told people it meant my eye to see. But why is the I after another M? I would be my I M. That don't make no sense. But I'm with you. It do mean to see. All right, so if this is one, I thought it said the same thing, bro. Let me check. We said this is woke. This is being woke. Right? So one awakens. But why is beauty after that? About to see. This is your Nefer word for beauty. One awakens good. Yeah, he said one awakens well. I think that's right. One awakens good by his. Now we gotta see what this last word is. This is kin. So we're gonna put it in. Awakens good by his QN. Complete, that ain't it. You want to finish at the end, complete. Nah, QN, his kin. Oh, bravery? It's gonna be his bravery. The weekend, his victory. Oh, one awakens well by his victory. Cause look, Where's the kin? You ain't got the arm at the bottom. It also got an X though. It got the kin got the arm at the bottom, but it got the X. Yeah, I think they're saying victory here though. Because if you're gonna awaken well by what? You wake up happy because he won. I think by his might, all of those work. Yeah, all right, let's keep going. And it's gonna get to the easy part for a minute. I don't want the video to be that much more than 4 hours, but damn, 56 people on the late night watching this. Maybe this is the time I should do this then. Shout out to y'all. My name's Smash Rockwell. We've been doing this on this channel for hella long. So when we stop watching this, if you're still interested, go watch an old video. We do all this. This is just talking about his name all through this. I'm not going to read it again because I read it all the way on the first line right here. Look, see how that's all the same? See those B's? See these? The B, the two bitty by Murray, who is this? Amin, by Enra. Yeah, we ain't going to do that again. All the way to here. So that's just that. This is a definite article. And so people have to learn that in this time period, they did start using definite articles. This is simply a pa bird. It might not let people know that he's pa means the. So now we see he's the what? He's the bull. Right? He's the bull. But he's not all bulls. So is he Lord of Strength? He's the bull, Neb Petty. Neb Petty. I mean, the master of strength, because I wouldn't say the all bulls, the any bull, the every bull. So he's the bull, the master of strength, which sounds crazy. But they keep on saying stuff like that. Oh, now he about to start getting it in because this the first time he killed somebody or something. What'd you say? Ned Petty, Lord of Strength. Yeah, that's what I would have said too. Master of Strength, Lord of Strength. But this is when he first about to smite somebody, right? This is the first smiting, but this is a brother though. I mean, well, what does this say? This says Sama. See? Sama. These two read leaves after this. Maybe this is all one word. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, because this is the determinative for it. So let me show you. I just seen it as Sama, but they got something else after it as a Y. Let me show you what I thought I seen in the dictionary. The word to kill somebody is to SMA him. SMA. So let's to kill, see? So if you see that knife and you see that, and then you come here and you see that knife and you see that, but we wonder about these things behind it. The two reed leaves and whatever that is. So I know this Sama word might got another longer version of it. We're going to look at it. They're going with one reed leaf. It still means to impoverish, to destroy. But I want to see it with the two reed leaves so I can know I ain't tripping. Sacrifice, to slaughter. What you got for that Sama word with the reed leaf thing after? Maybe it's just, maybe I'm reading it wrong. Oh, I think I know what I'm doing. That second part is another word. Right? Yeah, that second part is another word. We pulling up on 4 hours of streaming, and it's almost 2 o'clock, and I know my wife be hearing me talk all on the late night. I ain't really disturbing nobody. I wouldn't do that. I'm paying a lot of attention to it. Let me see. What you say? That is Sama F? Let me see. Sama F. Oh, that might be Sama F, huh? Damn, you good, bro. Let me see. Nah, hold on. You might have messed that up. I think you was asking. I don't think that's Sama F. Look, this is a no, that ain't Sama Talking about this is the Sama. Even though I see this happening over here, that's the Sama. We got that already. So this is like Lord of Power, smiting. Well, now this, what is this? So what I'm thinking is this is a whole nother word. This right here, something with the 2 reed leaves, and this is what the F go on. Now he see he got an axe in his head. So what word put an axe in your head? It looked like it say sin with a Y. I'm just gonna try that. SNY. If this is right, I just guessed. SNY. It looked like it say sin with a Y, bro. Oh, Karuef? Karuef? Oh my God, you right. That's a Karu pointing down, huh? Karui. Oh yeah, you did that. Hey, who you be studying? Where you from, bro? Who you be studying with? Cause you be raw. You like hiding out, like you must have been Wujahu best man or something. Like, you feel me? Like, whoa, I know this stuff. Cause you be right. Let me see. Yeah, that is what that is. That's cool. Well, I'm just saying you are right, but you gotta admit that don't say what you transliterated. Because how you put a Y? I'm trying to see. Oh, okay, you putting. Okay, I see. You right. Cause you got the W from the dots. I don't know, but because you gotta remember, enemies ain't that. Enemies is something like that. I don't think you're right on that all the way, but you are right. But do I need to look up XRWY in the dictionary? Let me see. XRW. Yeah, I think you might not be right. XRW. Oh, you're right. You're right. You looked it up already. You looked it up already. Thank you. I'm tripping. So I need to see them. There you go. Thank you. So let me see what's happening here. They taking the Karu from my Akaru. They taking the Karu from my Akaru, and they putting a Y on the end, and you instantly got an enemy. I'm just saying, because it means voice. There go Karu right there. But Karu already mean enemies. That's me explaining my vocabulary. Thank you. What's up with Babylon? All right, so we have 4 hours, man, and I appreciate y'all. And all the new people watching this stream on a late night. If you interested in this, this is the place to be. But let me tell y'all something. I do workshops. I'm really not no teacher. And a lot of the people who watch my show are enthusiasts. I'm enthused by this. I started in the group Hieroglyphics, all right, hip hop. And in the 1990s, we took on that moniker, and I'm older now, so I said, why is we talking about glyphs and don't know the glyphs? So I went on to learn the glyphs. Like and subscribe, man. Check out the channel. And let me go eat some of this. Oh, it's raining too? I can give y'all some AMSR. What is that stuff when you just listen to the sounds? I'll open this window, let y'all hear that rain all night. And Too Short liked my post tonight. Shout out to Too Short liking my post, man. That was a big deal. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I hope y'all enjoyed the show. I wish I could stay because there's a lot of people watching, but I've been streaming for 4 hours, so I'm gonna watch the replay right now as I eat the jerk chicken. And then I'm gonna watch hella political shit. I be watching like all the political channels. Y'all wouldn't even believe it. I don't talk about no politics, but all my phone is just nothing but political propaganda. That's all I watch all day. Jimmy, Dorn, Jack, all these people.